Hello. 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 Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, I think. So,
It is Anurag, ma'am. Hello, good morning. Good
yeah,
evening, ma'am.
yeah. Hello, Anurag. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am.
Yeah. Do we have all the participants here? Can we have everybody's camera on, please? We still have some time. I think we have about 2 minutes, so we can wait for some more time. Let others also join. So in the meantime, let us have a quick cross-check. Anurag, can you please see all the participants who have registered? They have logged in or not?
See, ma'am, there are only 12 participants, means.
Right now. Okay, so let's wait for some more time. Yeah, still time is there. We can wait for some more time. Let the participants join.
I think most of the participants have joined the WhatsApp group. So I just place a message in the WhatsApp group that the session is going to start.
Yeah. So I hope everybody has got the WebEx link. Yeah, still some more people are joining. Let's wait for some more time. Anurag, shall we begin? What is the count now?
Ma'am, means including me and you, there are 20 participants, 20 persons only. So 18 people are there only.
Okay, so never mind. I think we can begin because we have a lot of work to do. Yeah, so let me begin. So wish you all a very good evening and a very warm welcome to this international summer school on nature-inspired optimization techniques. So before we begin, I would like to introduce myself that I am Kusum Deep. Some of you already know me because you are been in touch with me for quite some time. I am a professor here at the mathematics department and also a joint faculty at the Mehta Family School for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. My first love is optimization, particularly nature-inspired optimization, and that is the area of my research. I have been teaching this for last, I think, 3 to 4 decades, you know. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all here to this course. The objective of this course is to give you an international flavor to this subject of nature-inspired optimization techniques. Particularly, we have international speakers, as you already must have seen on the advertisement and also on the EICT website. The two international speakers that we have are Professor Xinshi Yang, who is a pioneer in this area of nature-inspired optimization techniques. He has also written a book, not one book, but many books on nature-inspired optimization techniques. And I have the fortune to be associated with him for quite some time. And this is the third course that we are running on this subject of nature-inspired optimization techniques. The second speaker is Professor Syed Ali Mirjalali. He is also one of my very good collaborators and my very close research, contact. He is a young budding researcher, and he belongs to Torrens University, Australia. IIT Roorkee has a MOU which has been signed between IIT Roorkee and Torrens University, Australia. I am planning to visit him in the next month, and under this MOU we have the provision of student exchange and faculty exchange. Also, Professor Mirjalali has been visiting India before the Corona period. So he has visited here in Roorkee 2 to 3 times. I would first of all like to mention that this course that I am conducting is in collaboration with the EICT Academy IIT Roorkee and also the Soft Computing Research Society Delhi. So this is a joint effort between the two organizations, and I would first of all like to put on record and I would also like to thank the coordinator of EICT. The coordinator of EICT, that is Professor Sanjeev Manas. Today he is not here, he's traveling, so he will not be available for the opening, but definitely he will be available during the closing function on the last day, that is the 19th. The Soft Computing Research Society, on the other hand, is a non-profit organization which is based out in Delhi. I happen to be the founding president of this society. The objective of this society is to inculcate the soft computing techniques and the research that is going on into this area, and its objective is to bring together researchers and learners all over the globe so that we can have some kind of a brainstorming and listen to each other's views, etc. The Soft Computing Research Society has a number of available options with it. First one is that it allows membership of various kinds, that is the life membership and the annual memberships. And once you become a member of it, then you can be put on the mailing list so that whenever an event is happening, you get the notifications for it. Then the Soft Computing Research Society also conducts workshops and summer schools and FDPs, not only in India, but also abroad, because these days, you know, Corona has taught us this online method, and therefore we take maximum advantage of it so that we can invite international speakers. And this particular summer school is just one example of it. Also, it provides funding to those scholars and our colleagues who may not have the facility of, you know, making some expenses in terms of attending conferences and also conducting some FDPs. So that's one of the objectives of the Soft Computing Research Society also, to provide funding whenever you want to organize a workshop or an FDP. Also, there has been an initiative by the Soft Computing Research Society, which is called as the Chandra Mohan Gold Medal Award for Excellence in Soft Computing. That award has been initiated 2 years ago, and during the pandemic, we had it online. The award was presented. Again, this year also, the awards are open and the selections will be made. So the Soft Computing Research Society is supposed to benefit everybody, not only the youngsters, the research scholars, and the young colleagues, but also those who are having lots and lots of experience, and that is how they can get associated with the Soft Computing Research Society. Amongst the events that the Soft Computing Research Society organizes, one of the most important one is the signature event of the Soft Computing Research Society, that is the International Conferences on Soft Computing for Problem Solving. So this series of conferences began in 2011 out here in Roorkee, and every year we are conducting this conference either in Roorkee or in some other organization, you know, teaching organization in India. And I'm happy to tell you that we had it in England, that is the Liverpool Hope University, England, also in 2019. The current one was held in this year, 22, it was held in IIT Mandi. And next year in 23, we are planning to have it here in Roorkee again. If you look at the Soft Computing Research Society, you'll know more about this conference. And of course, you are welcome to present your research publications and listen to the keynote speeches, etc., of you know, all over the world, those speakers who have a lot to share about their experience. So with this brief introduction, now I would like to tell you something about this particular summer school course. So as I said that this summer school course will be conducted by EICT and SCRS, and there will be 4 speakers in this course. Apart from me, there will be Professor Xin-Chi Yang from UK. There will be Professor Syed Ali Mirza Ali from Torrens University, Australia. And the 4th will be Dr. Jagdish Chand Bansal from South Asian University, Delhi. So it's a pleasure for me to be the coordinator of this summer school. And I am very much thankful to the EICT and to the Soft Computing Research Society for this initiative. I would also like to thank all the participants from various parts of the country who have registered in this course. Thank you so much. And I would like to welcome you with the warm greetings to attend this course and make the most of it. The essential features of this course are that we will be having 2 hours of lectures every day from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And within a gap of 5 minutes, then we will move on to the tutorial sections where you will be given plenty of time for hands-on experience so that you can actually implement what you have learned in the theory classes. Today, actually, I had planned for Professor Mir Jalali, but in the morning, I received a message from him saying that his flight got cancelled, and so therefore he won't be available today. He will be available maybe the after tomorrow. So I had to reschedule it. So today I will be taking the lectures, and tomorrow we have Professor Xin-Chi Yang, and subsequently I will be posting the timetable for the entire 10 days on the WhatsApp group. I hope everybody has joined the WhatsApp group also, and I will also post it here in this WebEx session also. So wish you all the best, and I hope you all enjoy this. So thank you so much. With these words, I would now like to close this opening remarks. So Anurag, would you like to say something?
Yeah, no, just best wishes to all the selectees, and the program will be going up informative one. And as ma'am is one of the most experienced professors at IIT Roorkee, having expertise in data science and machine learning. So everybody will enjoy and get the skills and knowledge in this program. As wishes from E&ICT Academy, being representative of E&ICT Academy, I wish that the program will be a huge success and will organize such programs in future also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anurag. I see in the WhatsApp group there are some messages. Some participants are not able to log in. Can you please help them in?
Yeah, I think, ma'am, we have opened it's a just free link, means nobody have to pay his or her login details. Anyone can easily join. So I told her that she may have to check her internet connection, I think. So
okay.
Subsequently, she will be able to join.
Yeah. So can we see the number of participants right now? How many of them are joined?
Yeah, ma'am. Total 27 participants have joined, ma'am.
Okay. So let me, I think we should, without wasting any more time, we should straight away move on to the lectures.
Yeah, we are 29 in the meeting, means 27 participants. And
okay. So probably they'll be joining in due course, maybe.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, then thank you so much. So let's begin today's business. I will be talking about the introductory part on the nature-inspired optimization techniques. So just let me share my screen, and can you please let me know if you can see my screen? Let me share my screen. I have to switch off my video because that will help me. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Great. And can you see the full screen also now? Full screen mode?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay,
great. So let's begin today's lecture. So I'll be talking about the basics of nature-inspired optimization techniques. I'll be talking about what is the meaning of nature-inspired optimization techniques and why there is such a lot of fuss about the nature-inspired optimization techniques. So I'll be talking all about this, and then of course during the second half we'll be talking about some experimentations and how actually to implement them. Therefore, let me just move on to the learning outcomes of this particular session. We will be defining what are the nature-inspired optimization techniques. We'll give a proper definition of the nature-inspired techniques. And then I'll share with you some success stories. And also I will try to highlight some of the applications in real life. Then I will tell you the general template in which all the nature-inspired optimization techniques fit into. And no matter which nature-inspired technique you have, most of them, they fit into this particular template. Then I will explain with the help of some of the popular nature-inspired techniques, that is PSO, Gray Wolf optimization, and artificial bee colony algorithm. These are just randomly chosen 3 algorithms. And of course, the same applies to the other algorithms as well. But just for the sake of demonstration, I will take up these 3 algorithms in order to illustrate what the behavior is of all the nature-inspired optimization techniques and how we can assess them. Then I'll move on to some of the open problems, because this is an ever-growing research area, and people are really putting in their heart and soul and trying to develop new and new techniques, and also trying to apply these nature-inspired techniques on various areas of applications, not only in science, but also in engineering and in business and finance, and you name it. Then I'll briefly conclude my talk with some of the research work that my group is doing here out at Roorkee, and then finally some announcements. In order to know more about our work, my details, web links, etc. are available. I will be sharing this PPT with all the participants, so you shouldn't be having any worries about that. These are some of the resources you can find, and you'll know more about my work and my love for the nature-inspired optimization techniques. So first of all, let's try to understand what do we mean by optimization. Now, probably we have been using optimization in our lives, maybe daily lives, and also in scientific applications, knowingly or unknowingly. How do you define optimization? Yeah, can I know from you, please, the audience, how do you define optimization? What do you mean by optimization? You can just, unmute yourself and you can just give your reply. So what is the meaning of optimization? Anybody, please?
Ma'am, use of best use of the resources that is available to us.
Best use of the resources that are available.
That means how to get the best outcome among all the available.
How to get the best
outcome
among the available ones.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, very good. Anything else? Anybody else? Anybody else you want to say?
Nearest to the output.
Sorry, nearest to the output. What do you mean by nearest to the output?
The closest value.
Closest value to what?
It's whatever we want to get.
But
somehow,
no, that's not really clear. Can you elaborate on it?
Suppose we go to market to buy something. Suppose we in Roorkee, suppose we want to reach the director's office. So there may be 2 or 3 paths. So the optimized path is the shortest and the easiest, maybe. So whatever will be appropriate to an individual. So it depends on individual that what means
Yeah,
optimization
yeah.
to him.
Yeah. So yeah, you are right to some extent. Yes. So I think let me just sum up what everybody has said. Somebody has said that it is the best amongst some of the various alternative options, right? And some of you are saying that it is the best way of reaching your destination. Okay, like you have to go to the director's office. There are many ways, and depending upon the user, you have to decide what is the best for you. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And in the layman's language, I would say that I would define optimization by choosing the best strategy amongst a number of alternative strategies which might happen in a given situation. Now, if you look at this diagram, we have these two people who want to climb the hill. Okay, and we can see that there are multiple ways in which they can climb the hill. So just like as you have given the example of going to the director's lodge, exactly in the same way, we find that these two people want to climb the hill, and there are multiple ways of climbing the hill. So they try to choose the one that is the best. Now, the best could be dependent on the user. The best for me could be something else. The best for you could be something else. Like I'm an old person, I'm on the other side of 60. So the best for me is the easiest, as far as comfort is concerned, the most comfortable one. But you are young people, so maybe you are more adventurous and you want to adopt that particular path, which has a lot of adventure in it. Let's say you want to go on a horse and you want to do horse riding. So that's much more adventurous. So depending upon uh, the user can decide which is the best for him. Therefore, it is a user-defined the best strategy, and this strategy may be chosen from a multiple sets of options that are available. Similarly, let's say you want to design a particular machine. See, this was just a simple example. Suppose you want to design a machine, and there are many ways of designing a machine. For example, you want to design a car. So the car, it has a number of parameters. What should be its wheel size? What should it look like? What should be its engine capacity? What should be its comfort level in the seats? And so on and so forth. So all these parameters, they have to be incorporated into the design of the car. But as a user, you would like to make sure that the car is having the best design in terms of efficiency. That is, the consumption of the petrol should be as less as possible. Similarly, another user would say, no, I don't care about the efficiency, it's fine with me. I want the comfort level of the car that should be maximum. Similarly, there could be a third person and he would say, oh, I'm just worried about the cost. The cost should be minimum, keeping in view certain restrictions on the other parameters. Like this, you could design and think of many other examples in real life where you can model the real life situation into an optimization. Another very applicable problem is that of the transportation problem, which means that suppose you have n number of sources and you have n number of destinations. You want to travel from these n sources to m destinations, where it is given that the cost of traveling from the ith source to the jth destination is given to you. So therefore, you want to minimize the cost, and you want to see how many goods should be transported from the ith source to the jth destination. Now, this problem is called the transportation problem, and in fact, in IIT Roorkee, we have a transportation department. Why it is important is no matter what you see in real life, there are many applications of the transportation problem. For example, you have to transport wheat. Now, wheat is grown in Punjab, in Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and it has to be transported to various places of the country. Therefore, how to send it? It has to be sent, let's say, by railway wagons. And this has to be done on a periodic basis, maybe every day, maybe every alternate day, maybe every week. Therefore, you have to look at the cost of transportation of, let's say, one bag of wheat from the IH source to the JF destination. How to schedule it, how many units of the bags, or how many bags you should transport from the IH source to the JF destination. So this is also an optimization problem. And the most important I would see is in the applications of defense, where you in the defense area you have to supply arms and ammunitions to the soldiers who are fighting at different difficult conditions, like in the border areas where you are in such a big height. The altitude is very high and there are very sub freezing conditions. How to supply food, how to supply medicines, how to supply arms and ammunitions to the border areas from the base. This has to be optimized, because again, this has to be done every day. This has to be done every day. Every day, food has to be supplied. Every day, medical facilities have to be supplied. So all these are simple examples of optimization, and therefore, we can talk for hours and hours on the applications. So therefore, I would sum up by saying that optimization is the strategy to choose the best amongst a number of multiple alternatives. Here are some of the more examples that I've written over here. As I said, the design of machines, not only the design of mechanical machines, but also, let's say, architectural design of a building. Let's say the plan of a architectural building, that is also a design problem. And in my opinion, all design problems are optimization problems, no matter what happens, whether it is a machine or whether it is a architectural design, whether it is a bridge or whether it is a dam. So any such design situation can be modeled as an optimization problem, because you have to either minimize or maximize some objective. Wherever in a real life situation you have cost that is involved, then you want to minimize that cost. Let me give you the example of a design of an airport. Now, in an airport, when you have to set up the airport, you have to see how many runways should be provided in that airport, and what should be the takeoff and the landing sites. And there are hundreds and hundreds of parameters which have to be kept into mind. Therefore, cost will play an important role. And in fact, no matter where you go, cost is the most important thing, because कहते हैं ना कि पैसे से ही सब कुछ चलता है. So if the money is saved by some way or the other, then definitely it is going to help in all ways, not only to the user but also to the country and to the economy at large. Therefore, no matter which real life situation you come across, whenever the cost is to be minimized, that can also be modeled into an optimization problem. Coming to reliability of a system, let's say whether you have an electrical system or you have an equipment or you have a dam, no matter what, you want to make sure that the reliability of that system should be maximum. And that also can be modeled as an optimization problem. Now, when you are talking about some experiment, let's say any physical or scientific applications, you have some observed values and you have some calculated values. And in this kind of a scenario, you would like to make sure that there is a best match between the observed and the calculated values. This kind of a modeling is called as the least square estimators. Usually these situations arise in experimental data and also in fitting the least square curves, whether linear or non-linear. So there also it's actually an optimization problem. You must have heard about neural networks. These days, neural networks are highly computationally expensive techniques which are used to determine the number of parameters in a system. For example, if you have multiple inputs and multiple outputs, so these can be modeled with the help of a neural network. But the performance of the neural network will depend upon the way in which the weights are selected. Because in the neural net, as you know, each of the node is connected with the others with the help of some connections. And these connections are attached with some weights. And the performance of the neural network will be effective only if these weights are optimized. So therefore, when you're solving a problem with a neural network, the crux of the problem is how to optimize the weights. Then also, in the case of machine learning, now these days people are talking about machine learning and artificial intelligence and all sorts of things. Here also in machine learning, you will find many of the problems can be modeled as optimization problems. For example, on this right hand side, this is the least square fit I'm talking about. This is what is a very, very typical example of an optimization problem. Also the topology optimization, the topology of any system, how to determine the best topology, that is also an optimization problem. Of course, when you are talking about other machine learning techniques, for example, classification. Now, classification plays a very important role in AI and ML because, for example, if you have a large amount of data and you want to classify it, let's say into 2 classifications or more than 2 classifications, then you need to make an analysis using various techniques and then try to find out which member should go to which classification. And these classification problems, they have lots and lots of applications, whether it is human data or whether it is related to any kind of a scenario. For example, let's say some cancer data. You have a large data about some patients. You want to identify which of them are having cancer and which of them are not having cancer. So this is a typical example of a binary classification. Similarly, there could be example of, let's say, 3 classifications. Like you want to find out which one of them are good, which one of them are bad, and which one of them are average. So like this, you could construct and think of many classification problems. These are also modeled as optimization problems, and we need to understand how we can solve them with the help of optimization techniques. Coming to feature selections. Now, when you have a large amount of data, maybe the data has having lots of attributes. Attributes means some features. So if there are lots of features, how to select those particular features which are relevant with the help of dimensionality reduction techniques. Like say, suppose you have a data set where it has suppose 100 features. Of course, you cannot handle all the 100 features. So therefore, you would like to pick up only a subset of those 100 features. Let's say you would like to pick up only 10 features of that large data set so that you can handle those 10 features in a much more comfortable manner as compared to handling 100 features. Regression analysis is another very important aspect as far as machine learning is concerned. And this, as I said, is quite similar to the one that I told you about the least square estimators. That is, you want to fit a linear regression, or you want to fit a non-linear regression, or a stochastic regression, and the list is endless. So regression analysis itself is a very big branch where you can model the problem as an optimization problem and then use some techniques. Topology optimization I already mentioned, and similarly the training of the neural networks. So when you are trying to determine the weights of a neural network, you are actually training the neural network. This process of optimizing the weights is called the training of the neural network. So this training of the neural networks is a very important application of optimization, and it needs to be understood, and it is a big challenge to get the right weights of a neural network. Now the literature, it talks about various traditional optimization techniques. So those of you who have studied some kind of a linear optimization or a non-linear optimization course must have seen that there are, if you talk about the linear optimization, you have the simplex method and so on. But if you have the non-linear optimization, then you have the Kuhn-Tucker theory and the Lagrange multiplier theory, where you set up the Lagrangian, try to differentiate it, put it equal to 0, and then find out whether it's positive definite or not, and look at the eigenvalues and all sorts of things. So all that theory on the traditional optimization algorithms is available, and we have been using these ever since. Now the question is, why do we need the nature-inspired optimization techniques, and why are they preferred over the traditional optimization techniques? That we need to understand. Therefore, the first and the most important reason why we should prefer the nature-inspired techniques is that they can be applied to non-differentiable functions. Because remember, when you are writing the Lagrangian, you have to make sure that the objective function that you are going to minimize or maximize, that should be differentiable, because you have to find out the partial derivatives. But suppose the function is not differentiable, then how do you find the partial derivatives? Okay, so you cannot differentiate a non-differentiable function. And the same thing happens when the function involved is not continuous, it is discontinuous. Suppose your objective function is discontinuous, how can you find its differentiation? It's not discontinuous, so it's obviously not differentiable as well. Therefore, in such situations, the traditional optimization techniques cannot be applied, and that is the place where nature-inspired optimization techniques come into the picture, and that is the reason why they are preferred. Usually, the non-separable functions, by non-separable functions means, if you can write a function of n variables as a sum of each of the n variables, sum by sum, term by term, that is called as a separable function. So if there is a non-separable function, that it cannot be solved by the traditional techniques. Similarly, some functions which have a rotation matrix multiplied to it. So suppose you are talking about an n-dimensional problem, and you are multiplying it with a rotation matrix. Then the problem may be complex, because at that time the rotation matrix may not be well behaved. Okay, it may be singular. Suppose it is singular, then what do? You know. So similarly, the ill-conditioned problems and also the NP-hard problems. Now, NP-hard problems are those problems in which, as and how the size of the problem increases, the complexity of the problem also increases exponentially. And for example, the TSP, the traveling salesman problem. The traveling salesman problem is a problem in which there is a salesman who would like to travel, let's say, n number of cities, in such a way that he travels each of the city once and only once. Now, this is a NP-hard problem, because if you increase the number of cities, then the search space will become very, very large, extremely large. And that's the reason why we say that this is an NP-hard problem, and the dimension, it plays an important role, and as and how the dimension increases, the problem complexity also increases. So these are some of the situations where the nature-inspired techniques are usually preferred. The nature-inspired optimization techniques are usually preferred as compared to the traditional optimization techniques. Since our objective of studying optimization techniques is solving the real world problems, therefore, we need to understand what are the characteristics of real world problems. Therefore, let us look at some of the characteristics of the real world optimization problems. And the first and the most important one is that the objective function and the constraints may be non-differentiable, and they may be linear or they may be non-linear, but the problem arises when they are non-differentiable. So for non-differentiable functions, the real life problems, they usually have the objective function non-differentiable. Usually what we do is we make assumptions that, okay, here is a problem. Let's assume that it is differentiable. Now that is the first assumption. Suppose if you assume that it is non-differentiable, if you assume that it is differentiable, then the first assumption that you are making is questionable. So therefore, whenever you are trying to solve a real world problem, it should not be assumed that the function is differentiable. The search space in the case of real world optimization problems may be discontinuous also. By discontinuous, I mean that, for example, there is a search space over here, there's a search space over here. In general, the search space could be discontinuous as well. That is one of the very important characteristics of a real world optimization problem. Similarly, the search space could also be discrete. By discrete, I mean it is not necessary that it is continuous. It could be discrete. Maybe it is an integer programming problem. Maybe it is a mixed integer programming problem. And that's the reason why the real world optimization problems can be looked upon as discrete search space problems. The variables, the kind of variables, in your real life problem, they could be of different types. What are the different types? They could be either discrete, they could be continuous, they could be permutation. And in fact, there may be a situation where some of them are discrete, some of them are continuous, and some of them are permutation. Like when you are trying to solve a real world problem, you don't know what will be the nature of each of the decision parameters. And as I mentioned earlier also, the large dimensionality of the problem in terms of variables and in terms of constraints and in terms of objectives, that also plays a very important role when you are talking about real world problems. Yeah, so multi-objective optimization problems are those problems in which instead of one objective function, you have multiple objective functions. And usually these objective functions are conflicting in nature. In the sense, if you want to maximize one of them, then the other has to be minimized. The example of designing a car that I gave you can be modeled as a multi-objective optimization problem. In the sense that suppose you have to design a car, you can have two objectives. One objective is that it should be fuel efficient. It should consume minimum petrol. And the second objective could be that the reliability of the car is maximum. The third objective could be that the cost of the car is minimum, and like this. So instead of one objective, there may be multiple objectives. And to be frank, many real world optimization problems can actually be modeled as multi-objective optimization problems. Now, coming to the literature review, let's try to understand the classifications of these optimization problems. Usually, the optimization problems may be classified based on a number of characteristics. And what are these characteristics? Let's see. First of all, the number of decision variables. Now, if the number of decision variables is 2, then you have a very simple situation. If the number of decision variables is large, then things become difficult. For example, if you have a 1 lakh variable problem, how are you going to solve it? Using the Lagrange multiplier theory. How are you going to write the Lagrangian? So these are some of the problems that are encountered when you are trying to solve it using the traditional techniques. So coming back to the classification, you can define different classes based on the number of decision variables. Similarly, the type of variables. What are the variable types? Like if it is a let's say a integer variable problem, then you would call it, if the variables are integer variables, you would call it as an integer variable optimization problem. Similarly, if it is a real valued variables, then you call it as a real valued optimization problem. Then the degree of the nonlinearity of the objective function also plays an important role. How much linear it is. For example, in the case of quadratic programming problems, there are some famous methods. For example, the Wolfray method, where the quadratic function can be taken care of very efficiently with one of the Wolfray's technique. Presence of constraints plays an important role. What are constraints? Constraints are some of the restrictions which have to be imposed on the decision parameters. And if the problem does not have any constraint, then you can call it as an unconstrained problem. However, if it has equality constraints, if it has inequality constraints, then you have to think of some other strategies, how to take care of the constraints. And these days, many interesting methodologies are available by which you can take care of the constraints. Now, coming to the number of optima, you would wonder why number of optima. In general, a problem may have more than one minima. Optima means minima or maxima. So in general, there may be more than one minima, there may be more than one maxima. And if the problem has only one optima, then it is called as a unimodal problem. If it has more than one optima, then it's called as a multimodal problem. So therefore, the number of optima is also one of the deciding ways in which you can classify your optimization problem into unimodal problem and a multimodal problem. The number of optimization criteria, I already mentioned about the multi-objective optimization problems. There are specially designed methods for solving the multi-objective optimization problems. Then there are certain situations where the objective function may change over time. That is, it's called the dynamic behavior of the objective function. For example, the prediction, like the predictive analysis. Suppose you want to predict the stock market. So stock market prediction is a dynamic problem because every day, every moment, the objective function is changing. And the change is occurring over time. As and how the time passes, the objective function is changing. So therefore, you need to design specific techniques for these kind of situations. Now, the classes of optimization algorithms can be outlined like this. As I said, unconstrained methods are those methods which are free birds as far as constraints are concerned. That is, you use the unconstrained optimization problems. Then if there are constraints in a problem, then you have to use the those methods which take care of the constraints, like for example, the constraint handling techniques like penalty function approach and the parametric free approach and so on. Multi-objective optimization methods for problems with more than one objective function to optimize. And similarly, multi-solution methods are the niching methods. That is, these methods, they have the ability to locate more than one solution. As I mentioned, that in the case of multimodal solutions, multimodal problems, the method is so powerful that the method is able to locate not only one minima, but all the multiple minimas that are available in the problem. Dynamic methods, you must have heard about dynamic programming. So dynamic programming is that kind of a technique where the optimization problem, which is modeled, is modeled with respect to a particular criteria, let's say time, and the dynamic nature of the problem that helps you to identify and locate the dynamic nature of the optimum. So you can think of the dynamic methods that they have the ability to locate and track the changing optima. The optimas are changing. For example, dynamic pricing. Suppose you are booking a ticket, air ticket, and you try to find out its price. Let's say you see that the first day you see the price is 10,000. Okay. Suppose after 10 minutes again you search, you will see that the price has increased. Like this, every time you search the same flight, it is considering that more and more demand has increased, and therefore, if the demand has increased, they will increase the price. This is what is called as dynamic pricing, and dynamic pricing is one of the most important challenges that face us. Like for example, in all the e-commerce industries, whether Amazon or Flipkart or industry, airlines industry, anywhere, you will find that the problem of dynamic pricing is coming, and you have to determine how to actually optimize that situation and do a predictive analysis. Therefore, with this background, now let's try to understand how do we give the proper and the rigorous mathematical definition of a nonlinear optimization problem. Here we can say that suppose you have an n-dimensional function. Here capital X is x1, x2, x3, xn. It's an n-dimensional function. And this function is either to be maximized or to be minimized. And this function is a real valued function. That is, it is going from Rn to R. We want to either maximize it or we want to minimize it. In the sense, depending upon the problem at hand, we would either like to maximize it or minimize it. And this capital X should satisfy the following conditions. That is, it should belong to a set S, where S is a subset of the n-dimensional Euclidean space, and this S is defined by the following conditions. What are these conditions? These conditions are gkx greater than or equal to 0, which means that these are m number of, rather m plus 1 number of inequality constraints. You can see that k is going from 0, 1, 2 up to m. That means it is m plus 1 number of inequality constraints. And similarly, hjx is equal to 0, where j goes from 0, 1, 2 up to l. This means that there are l plus 1 number of equality constraints. All these, they together form what is called as the capital S, which is a subset of Rn. And of course, you will see that each of the gkx and each of the hjx is a function of capital X, which means they are functions of all the n parameters, x1, x2, xn. Okay. That means they are all n-dimensional functions. Apart from this, there could also be a situation where each of the xi's is restricted to a lower and an upper bound, like this. Lower I xi is less than or equal to upper I. And this is going from I is equal to 1 to up to n. That is, it is happening for all the n. In general, these all these lower i's and the upper i's, they should be different, but they could be the same also. Okay, but as far as the overall most general nonlinear optimization problem definition is concerned, so that's why I've given different subscript I. Now coming to the solutions of this nonlinear optimization problems, there are two types of solutions. in a nonlinear optimization problem. The first one is called as the local optimum solutions. And by optimum, as I said, it could be minima, it could be maxima, no matter what. So the local optimum solution is defined like this. That is, suppose you denote by D the set of all the feasible values of X which are satisfying the constraints. What are the constraints? Constraints are these conditions, these HJX and GKX. These are called the constraints. These are called the inequality constraints. These are called the equality constraints. So D is the set of the feasible values of X satisfying all the constraints. Then a solution X bar which belongs to D is said to be a local minima if there exists n epsilon X bar around X bar such that f of X is greater than or equal to fx bar for each X belonging to D intersection n epsilon X bar. Then this X bar is called as a local minima. In case this inequality is reversed, then it is called as a local maxima. The other type of optima is called as the global optimum solution, which means that everything is the same. That is, D is a set of feasible values of X satisfying all the constraints. If X bar belongs to D and f of X is greater than or equal to fx bar for all X belonging to D, then it's called as a global minima. In the local minima, it should be the intersection of the feasible space and the epsilon neighborhood. But in the case of global, it should be happening for all the search space. Okay, that's the difference. So there are two kinds of solutions. One is the local optimum solution, other is the global optimum solution. Right. Let's take a hypothetical example to understand what is the meaning between local and global solutions. So here you can see this is a one-dimensional problem. So on the x-axis we have x value, and on the vertical axis we have the fx value. So this is just a hypothetical function y is equal to fx. And here we can see that this one is the global minima, this one is the local minima. And similarly, there are so many local minimas placed nearby to each other. And in fact, the global minima is also one of the local minimas. But the local minima is the best amongst all the local minimas. The same happens for the maximas. So this is a local maxima, this is a global maxima, and like this. Apart from the minimas, there is also what is called as the stationary points, which means that the necessary condition of optimality is satisfied, but the sufficient condition is not satisfied. Okay, what is the necessary condition? Remember that in our high school, that when we had a nonlinear function, how do you find the minima and the maxima? You just differentiate it, put it equal to 0, and whatever values of X you get, that you put in the double derivatives and try to find out whether it is greater than 0 or less than 0. Okay, that was the sufficient condition. So suppose there is a solution over here where the necessary conditions are satisfied but the sufficient are not, then that's what is called as the stationary point. Some more examples to understand what is the meaning between local and global optimum solutions. Here you can see that this is a two variable problem. This is x1 over here and this is x2 over here. So x1 versus x2 is giving you the function, and on the vertical axis you have the objective function value. Here you can see that this surface is the objective function value surface. And you can see that there are a number of heaps and valleys, which is trying to show you that there are a number of local minimas and global minimas and local maximas and global maximas present. Okay, we can visualize only up to this much. That is, we can visualize only up to two variable problem. As in how the number of variables increase, it is beyond human visualization, and but we can just imagine that as in how more and more variables are introduced, things become more and more complicated. And that is the beauty about this subject, that suppose you have 1000 variables, how do you take care of the local and the global minimas? it becomes quite difficult to identify the local and the global minimas. In literature, there are number of objective functions which have been constructed to illustrate the kind of complexities that might arise in the optimization problems. Here you can see this is called the Eclat problem. It is a n-dimensional problem. This is the small n-dimensional problem. And you can see that as and how the value of n increases, the complexity of the problem will also increase. For n is equal to 2, this is what it looks like. This is the objective function surface, x1 versus x2. And on the vertical axis, we have the objective function. So you can see that there are so many local minimas. Of course, the global minima is at the origin. And that's what shows over here, that the number of local minimas is actually not known because there are so many of them. And the global minima is located at the origin. Similar behavior can be seen about the Grevank problem. And again, the two variable problem looks like this. That is to say that these kind of problems are called scalable problems, where the value of the n, this n, that is the size of the problem, this n can be increased at will by the user. So if n is, let's say 2, then this is what it looks like. If n is 100, then you cannot actually visualize it. Okay. And the complexity of the problem keeps on increasing as and how the value of n increases. So these are called scalable problems. Like this restringent problem is also one of the very famous problems. Then there is a problem called as a Rosenbrock problem, which is very famous. For n is equal to 2 also, it becomes very, very complicated because of the way in which this scaling parameter is introduced. So 100 times this term and just no scalar multiplied over here. This gives you this kind of a behavior when it is a two-variable problem, a two-dimensional problem. Like this problem has a different kind of a complexity. It has only one minima, and that itself is a local, and that itself is a global. And the fifth problem that I want to share with you is called the Sheffield function. Here again, you can see because of this under root absolute value, you can see the non-differentiable behavior of the objective function. Since our objective is to solve real life problems, we are interested to solve the real life problems in such a way that we can design novel and secure and robust optimization techniques with an objective that we can solve real life application problems arising in various disciplines. And that is the place where the numerical approaches have come into existence over the last 4 or 5 decades. Now, if you talk about the numerical approaches, I mean, forget about the theoretical ones at the moment. The theoretical ones, I mean the Kantakar theory, the Lagrange multiplier theory. Forget about that. Let's talk about the numerical approaches. Now, when you're talking about the numerical approaches, I mean those approaches which can be implemented on the computer, then there are 2 categories that are available. One is called as the deterministic category, and the other is called as the probabilistic category. Now, what is the difference between the two? We need to understand this. In the deterministic approach, there are methods like the Newton-Raphson method, steepest descent method, etc. Whereas in the probabilistic approach, there are methods like genetic algorithm, memetic algorithm, and all these that I've listed over here. The essential difference between the 2 categories and the 2 approaches is that in the deterministic approach, you use those formulas which are having set transition rules. That is like in the Newton-Raphson method, you have a formula xk plus 1 is equal to xk minus f dash xk divided by f double dash xk, like that. Okay, so it's a set formula. You supply the initial guess, you will keep on getting newer and newer approximations, and you just write a simple code for it, and there you are. Moment you change the initial guess, you will keep on getting different approximations of the minimum. However, on the other hand, in the probabilistic approach, the formulas are probabilistic. What do you mean by probabilistic? It means that there is some kind of a stochastic flavor in it. That is, there are some kind of random numbers involved in it. For example, in genetic algorithms, as we will see later on in this course, in the genetic algorithms, let's say we have encoding of parameters, we have crossover, we have mutation. All these things, the operators, etc., they are having some kind of a random number incorporated into it. And that random number is not fixed. Okay, every time you implement it, you will be using different random numbers, which means that every time you run your code, you will get different answers. You might get scared. What does it mean by getting different answers? No worries. It is not same fine, but the overall behavior of the stochastic methods tells you that the convergence happens in the limiting case. That is, as and how the limit of the generations or the iterations they converge, the global minima is expected to be attained. Okay, we'll be talking more and more about these probabilistic approach. The second difference between the deterministic approach and the probabilistic approach is that in this deterministic approach, we have just one initial guess. That is, just as I mentioned about the Newton-Raphson method, you have, let's say, x0 as the initial guess, and you keep on updating x1, then x2, and then x3, like this. So at each iteration, you are updating the previous iteration approximation, and as and how the convergence occurs, you find that the best that you have, that guess is the one that you are looking for. On the other hand, the probabilistic approach uses a large set of randomly generated feasible solutions in the search space. Instead of one initial guess, we generate a population of solutions in the search space, and then keep on updating that population over and over, generation after generation, iteration after iteration, with the hope that as and how convergence occurs, all these solutions will converge to one particular solution, or maybe within an absolute neighborhood of that solution. The third important difference between the two approaches is that the deterministic methods can be applied only to differentiable functions. Although there are some methods where differentiability is not required, but in general I'm talking about. However, the probabilistic approach, they do not require the existence of differentiation. Now, in order to understand this deterministic technique, let's now come to the word that we have been looking forward is, that is the nature-inspired optimization techniques. What are these nature-inspired optimization algorithms? They are actually this probabilistic approach. They fall under this probabilistic approach. And why are they called nature-inspired? Because most of the nature-inspired techniques, they derive their inspiration from nature. What do you mean by nature? Means some living organisms in nature, some phenomena in nature, and like this, there are so many factors which we will see as and how we proceed over the course. This is just a partial list of some of the nature-inspired optimization techniques that have come up over the last couple of years, and as and how you will see that more and more newer and newer techniques are coming every day. And in fact, one of my students has just written a very state-of-the-art paper on nature-inspired optimization techniques. He has done a very excellent job, and the paper is sent for publication, and it is hopefully it should be accepted very soon. So it is talking about the state-of-the-art of all the nature-inspired optimization techniques that have been proposed till date. These techniques are also called heuristics, because the definition of heuristics says that something which learns from its previous experience. And that is exactly what these techniques do. They learn from their previous experience. As now we'll see what do we mean exactly by these nature-inspired techniques. That is, they learn from their previous experience. Now, this is just a diagram to illustrate the overlaps and the categories of various nature-inspired techniques. Okay, so what are the essential difference between the nature-inspired techniques and the traditional algorithms? Let's try to give it a thought. The first one is that the nature-inspired techniques, they search from a population of solutions instead of a single solution. Remember, I told you just now that in the deterministic technique, we start the search procedure from one solution and keep on updating that particular solution. Whereas in the nature-inspired techniques, we search from a population of solution and keep on updating that population. What do you mean by population? Population means more than one solutions. Okay. Let's try to understand this concept a little more. For example, in the deterministic approach, you use the Newton-Raphson method. Suppose you have this hypothetical function, y is equal to fx, and you want to minimize it. Okay, you know that the minima is somewhere over here. You start with x naught. So this is x naught, and its corresponding objective function value is given by fx naught over here, right? So what you do is, using the Newton-Raphson formula, you update x naught to get x1 and then x2 and then xk. So suppose you come xk over here, right? And that is its corresponding fxk. Like this, you will find that as and how more and more approximations are being done, you reach the minima like this. And of course, the Newton-Raphson method says that they should be close enough within an epsilon neighborhood. So that's what is called as the Newton-Raphson method. And that's the normal way in which most of the deterministic approach methods, they work. That is, they start from an initial guess and they keep on updating this initial guess till they reach the minimum. On the other hand, the probabilistic approach, they work with a population of solution. Population, as I said, more than one solutions. So in this example, suppose we are choosing initial population of 3 individuals. Just 3 are chosen randomly. It's not necessary it's 3 always. It could be 10, it could be 100, depending upon the problem. So suppose there are 3 randomly generated solutions, x0, x1, and x2. These are this is the initial population, and I'm evaluating their objective function at each of them, and then I'm trying to update my population by some formula depending upon the nature-inspired technique in such a way that this x0, x1, x2 are now changing their positions from the previous one to this position. They have changed their positions. Like this, at successive iterations and successive generations, more and more population are being obtained in such a way that as the convergence occurs, we hope that all these solutions, all these 3 solutions, they will come closer and closer. In fact, they'll be coming closer within an epsilon neighborhood amongst each of them. So that is what is called as the convergence, and that's the normal way the probabilistic approach works. A little insight into this. Let's look at it. So suppose we have a two variable problem. So X versus Y, a two variable problem. And this is a search space. This dot is trying to tell us that this is the minima. And we find that there are randomly generated 10 solutions over here, randomly generated. So we'll apply some nature-inspired techniques, and as and how the generations proceed, we will see how these randomly generated solutions are moving. What is their behavior? This is the second generation. That is, now they have occupied a new position. Similarly, the third generation, they have started moving here and there. Fourth generation, fifth generation, sixth generation, and as and how the generations are proceeding, we find a behavior that is all the solutions are converging towards this red dot, which is actually the minima. And once they come within an epsilon neighborhood, then we are satisfied and we say, okay, here is the minimum. This behavior is called as the probabilistic approach, which I'm talking about. And most of the nature-inspired optimization techniques, they work on this principle. The difference lies in the fact how this updating is being done, how this initially randomly generated solutions, how they are updating their position, as you can see over here, like this, like this. What is the mechanism, what formula they are using? The difference lies only in this, but the basic idea is the same. Therefore, we need to understand again the difference between the nature-inspired techniques and the traditional algorithms. In the nature-inspired techniques, we use the objective function information, okay, and the need for the derivative is not there. You don't need derivative. Derivative is not required because you only need the knowledge of the objective function. That's all. You need to evaluate the objective function at various randomly generated solutions, and you don't need its objective function. Only the function evaluation at that point is required. Secondly, the nature-inspired techniques, they use the probabilistic transition rules, not the deterministic rules, obviously, because they are probabilistic approach. And the nature-inspired techniques can be applied to discontinuous and non-differentiable functions also, and they are very easy to program. I've already mentioned this. Now, coming to the classification of the nature-inspired techniques, I usually classify them into the following four categories. The first one is called as the evolutionary algorithms. We'll talk about these evolutionary algorithms in more detail. They are those methods which derive their inspiration from the evolutionary process of living organisms, including humans. All human beings, all living organisms, they follow the evolutionary process, and the evolutionary algorithms are just based on this. Second category is called the swarm intelligence based algorithms, which means that they are trying to mimic the behavior of search agents. What are those search agents? Those search agents could be, let's say, birds, it could be fish who are swimming in the pond, or birds who are flying in the sky, and so on. So what is that behavior? It is called as a swarm behavior, swarm intelligence behavior. Why intelligence? Because they are, although they are unintelligent creatures, these agents, but their behavior is intelligent. In the sense, they are following each other, they are not leaving the group, they are not colliding amongst each other. This is an intelligent behavior. So the intelligent behavior of unintelligent search agents, that is what is called as the swarm intelligence behavior. And there are many methods which fall under this category of swarm intelligence algorithms. The third category is the category of those nature-inspired techniques which derive their inspiration from some physical laws. For example, the law of gravity. the law of attraction of two bodies, all these things. So this is a special category of nature-inspired techniques. And finally, the fourth category, those methods which do not fall into the above three. Now, for example, the harmony search. Harmony search is a method which is actually nature-inspired in the sense that it derives its inspiration from the music, the natural the natural music. Similarly, the biogeographical based optimization is based on the behavior of living species who are trying to emigrate and immigrate amongst various islands. And like this, there are others also. So coming to the first category, that is the evolutionary algorithms. As I mentioned, they follow the evolutionary process of all living humans and all living organisms, including human beings. Some of the algorithms in this category are the genetic algorithm, differential evolution, evolutionary strategies, and genetic programming. Now, what do you mean by evolutionary process? You must have heard about the Darwin's theory of evolution. This is the picture of Darwin, a great mathematician and a great scientist. He predicted about the process of evolution of living organisms, how the living organisms they behave, and how they follow two basic properties. One property is the property of inheritance, that is passing of features, passing of the good features from the kth generation to the k+1th generation. This is what is called as inheritance. Just like in, let's say, human beings, we want that the good traits, our good traits, like intelligence, beauty, these good traits should pass on to the next generation as well, means to our children as well. Okay. This is called as the property of inheritance. And this inheritance, we are going to incorporate into our algorithm by saying that those individuals which are having better objective function value, they should be carried over to the next iteration. This is exactly what our evolutionary algorithms will work. Second property of the Darwin's theory of evolution is the competition or the survival of the fittest. You must have heard during the corona period, people said that those people who are having high immunity, they are likely to survive, and the rest of them may not be able to survive. That is exactly a very good example of the survival of the fittest. So there is a constant competition between each individual as to which one of them is fit and which one of them is not fit. And amongst all the members of the population, this competition is performed. And like this, those individuals which are having high fitness, they are carried over to the next generation, and the rest of them are dropped. Now, coming to some of the success stories, the way in which the nose of a high-speed train is designed is done with the help of genetic algorithms, evolutionary algorithms. This is clearly indicated on one of the Japanese website, where it says that there are so many parameters that are involved, and those parameters have been determined by genetic algorithms, which is one of the most important evolutionary algorithms as of today. So it's a highly complex problem where so many aerodynamics constraints have to be taken care of, and there are so many parameters that have to be fine-tuned, and the traditional techniques, the traditional optimization techniques cannot be used to solve it for some reason. And that's the reason why the genetic algorithms have been successfully used to determine the nose of this high-speed trains. Now coming to the second category, that is the swarm intelligence-based algorithms. As I mentioned, it is the intelligent behavior of unintelligent agents, search agents. Some of the algorithms in this category are called the particle swarm optimization, gray wolf optimization, and so on. So we'll be talking about all these algorithms in detail as and how we move further on in the course. The third category is the algorithms based on physical law. As I mentioned, the gravitational search algorithm, the central force algorithm, they are all based on the principle of gravity. And finally, the miscellaneous category, where are all these algorithms? They do not fit into the earlier categories. Now, when the computers were introduced, the first way in which man thought about was to implement the Monte Carlo simulation. That is, make the use of the computers by randomly generating a solution, trying to see whether it is acceptable or not, and then comparing it with its previous counterpart, and keep on repeating this process till you got a sufficiently comfortable and a satisfactory solution. So this was called as a Monte Carlo simulation method. And even today, many people are trying to use this by either using it purely or by hybridizing it with some of the existing methods. A random search technique was a slightly improved version. For example, I also particularly worked on a random search technique during my PhD way back in 1984, where there were two phases in this technique. That is, in the first phase, we evaluate the objective function at a number of randomly generated solutions, feasible solutions. And in the second phase, we try to manipulate these solutions so that we can get a possible candidate for the global minimum. I had used the quadratic approximation approach for fine-tuning this possible candidate, and keep on repeating this process till you get better and better solutions. Then came the ant colony optimization. We'll be talking about ant colony also very soon in the subsequent lectures. So what happens is that you must have observed the behavior of ants. These ants, they follow each other in such a line with the help of a scent, a perfume, which is called as a pheromone. This pheromone tries to guide the follower which path you have to take. And the communication between each of the search agents is done with the help of this pheromone. And the beauty about the way in which these agents, they work is that as and how an obstacle comes into its way, they change their path. And automatically, they change their path in such a manner that they adopt the shortest path. As you can see in this diagram, the ants are choosing the shorter path instead of the longer path. How do they know? Because they are intelligent. They are intelligent search agents. That is exactly what the nature demonstrates. The behavior of these ants gave rise to an algorithm which is called as the ACO algorithm, the ant colony optimization algorithm, and it has been found to be extremely useful in the solution of some of the discrete optimization problems. A genetic algorithm was introduced in 1975 by Holland, who is considered as the father of genetic algorithms. And today, many workers are working in this direction. As I said, this is based on the Darwin's theory of evolution. What is this Darwin's theory of evolution can be understood with this diagram. That is, starting from a single cell, when life began on Earth, with the single cell, then we found that most of these creatures, they were existing on the Earth, and slowly they become more and more complicated till we reached at the stage of a human being, and tomorrow we might become superhuman beings. So this evolutionary process is what is the idea behind genetic algorithms. Of course, it didn't happen in one day. It took years and years together to reach this stage. Now, what do we mean by genetic algorithm? Is illustrated in this diagram. That is, at each cycle, this is what happens. Okay, this is one generation. It's called a cycle. In the beginning, an initial population of solutions is obtained by randomly generating some individuals. These are feasible solutions. The reason why the different colors have been used is to illustrate that each of this randomly generated feasible solution is having a different center, different radius, and that is why they are being used by different colors. Different colors are being used to indicate them. So in the first step, initial randomly generated population is generated, and the objective function is evaluated at each of these randomly generated feasible solutions. From this population, a subpopulation is obtained, is created. Hello, anybody, any difficulty? Hello? Somebody wants to ask some question? Okay, somebody switched on his mic, so probably that's why. All right. I was saying that these population of solutions are called chromosomes, and the objective function is evaluated at each of them, and a fitness test is performed to identify which of these chromosomes should be picked up for mating purpose, that is for applying the subsequent operators in the genetic algorithm. That is by selecting the best parents. Best parents is according to their fitness value, how fit they are, what is their objective function. So the better ones are brought into the mating pool, and then operator called as the breeding operator or the crossover operator is performed, and new offsprings are generated. So they are called as the children, and then some of the children may or may not be mutated. That is, a small change may be acquired into them, and then they are put back into the population. So like this, a new population is created after this entire process is completed. This is just one cycle of a GA. And like this, we can have so many cycles or iterations. And this is a simple flow chart to illustrate what do we mean by a GA. We'll be talking about GA in detail later on as well. So initially, create an initial population, evaluate the objective function at each of these randomly generated feasible solutions, select and reproduce, that is, create the new designs with the help of crossover operator. This is what is the crossover operator, and also the mutation operator, and check if the stopping criteria is satisfied, and keep on repeating this process. So this is the way the natural selection occurs, and this is actually based on the continuous struggle for life and the survival of the fittest. So the crossover and mutation are used to implement the genetic algorithm. So the genetic algorithms have a number of advantages because they are adaptive and they learn from their experience. Means you can fine tune your genetic algorithm based on your problem at hand. For example, if you have a binary problem. That is, if the decision variables are only of the 0-1 type, then you can use a binary GA. Otherwise, you can also use a real coded GA, and you can also use what is called as a permutation GA, and so on and so on. And secondly, they learn from their experience, just like other nature-inspired techniques. They also learn from their experience. Whatever has happened at the kth generation will affect your k plus 1th generation also. Usually, they are very efficient for solving complex problems, just as I mentioned about the design of the nose of a high-speed train. These are some of the operators that a typical genetic algorithm follows. That is the encoding, selection, crossover, mutation, and elitism. And these operators are repeated over and over again. The first operator is called this as the selection operator. The selection is usually performed by the tournament selection, which is quite similar to the tournaments which are happening like the cricket teams. So every pair of the tournament, they are playing a tournament. So for example, here we have so many cylinders with the different height and different base of their the radius of their base. So this amount 23 is actually the volume. Volume of the first cylinder is 23. The volume of the second cylinder is 30. And which of them is lower, which of them is minimum, that is taken to the mating pool. Similarly, you can see the same thing over here, 20 and 37. So 20 is going to the mating pool. And like this, for all the population of cylinders, we select or we play a tournament between each of them, and which one of them is better, that goes to the mating pool. Like this, there is another very famous selection operator, which is called as the roulette wheel selection operator. This is actually dependent upon, it's called the fitness proportionate selection operator. It is depending upon those individuals which are having high fitness. So those individuals which have high fitness are given more chances of moving on to the kth generation, to the k plus 1 generation from the kth generation, and they are giving preference to higher fitness values. Crossover is the second operator. That is, it tries to mate between two chromosomes. For example, for binary crossover, there are single point crossover, 2-point crossover, etc. And similarly, if the encoding is real encoding, then also different kinds of crossovers are available, and you can pick and choose the one you like. Mutation is also dependent upon the way in which encoding is done, whether it's a single point encoding, a single point mutation, or a bitwise mutation. And like this, if it is a real encoding, then also there are a number of mutation operators that are available. In general, the pseudocode of a GA looks like this. That is, you put a big loop, and in that big loop, you generate an initial population of solutions and check the stopping criteria and evaluate the fitness of all the individuals in the population and apply the standard GA operators and create a new population. So this is a simple pseudocode to illustrate what we mean by the pseudocode of a GA. The real coded GAs were introduced in the year 2000, and I happen to venture into this area of research, and some of my very popular research papers appeared in real coded genetic algorithm way back in 2007. And one of my PhD students, we developed a new crossover and a new mutation operator for real coded genetic algorithms. Memetic algorithms are those algorithms which are sometimes called as hybrid genetic algorithms, which means that they incorporate some kind of a local search procedure into them. the idea is that in order to improve the performance of a genetic algorithm, we would like to incorporate some kind of a fine tuning or a local search. So that is what is called as memetic algorithm. And the place where this local search should be incorporated could be done in many ways. Either it could be done at the initial generation of population, or it could be done in the inside loop, both ways. And people designed many methodologies of nature-inspired techniques, like in memetic algorithms. And in fact, there is a journal also. It's called the Journal of Memetic Algorithm. And in this journal, all research publications related to memetic algorithm are found. It's very interesting journal. Then came the self-organizing migrating genetic algorithms, where the patterns that are available in nature, like in flowers and in plants and in other natural phenomena, these patterns were incorporated into the optimization algorithms. Next, I want to talk about the swarm intelligence algorithms. As I mentioned, swarm intelligence is a concept of the intelligent concept or the intelligent behavior of unintelligent search agents. So, as I mentioned, the way in which each of these search agents communicate amongst each other so that they can reach their target is what is called as the swarm behavior. You must have observed when the birds are flying in the evening, they are following each other in such a way that they do not collide amongst each other. They do not leave their group, and they are all flying in the same direction. Of course, initially they might go to different directions, but as and how the directions proceed, we find that they are all moving towards the same direction. I have a video to share with you. This video, when I play it, you will see that, see, the birds are sitting over here on the branches of this tree. But when I click the video, initially they will move in different directions, but very soon some communication will take place amongst themselves, and you will find that they are moving in the same direction, that is towards the right. So just watch this video. So I hope you observed this. Earlier they were sitting over here, and when I clicked the video, initially they were flying in different directions, but very soon they moved towards the right direction. Let me play it again because I think there was some problem with the playing. Yeah. So in the end, they started moving towards the right direction. This is what is called as the swarm behavior. This behavior we will incorporate into our PSO algorithm in the sense that the search agents which we generate in the feasible search space, they will first be randomly generated. They will be scattered all over the place, all over the search region, but slowly they will converge to the minimum. Another example to illustrate the swarm behavior is shown in this video. Yeah, so again, as you can see that all these birds, um, they are moving in this direction. And what is this communication that is taking place amongst them? That is really interesting to note, and that is what will be interesting, and we will be incorporating that in our swarm intelligence based algorithms. Now, coming to some success stories about the swarm intelligence based methods. You must have heard a lot about drones. These days, drones are making a lot of impact, not only in defense but also in civilian applications. Of course, defense is very important, and even in our 26th January parade, there was a display about these swarm drones, and there we found that a group of drones, which is called as a swarm drone, they are modeled with the help of swarm intelligence techniques in such a way that they perform the target that has been given to them. So this group of drones is called as swarm drones. Again, I have a small video to share with you. You will see that all these swarm drones are carrying out a job that has been assigned to them. Just look at this video. So the idea is that there is no human intervention. These drones are cooperating amongst each other in such a way that there is some communication amongst each of the individuals. And initially, there is a little hesitation that they go here and there, but very soon the communication takes place and they all go towards the destination where they have been assigned to. So this is what is called as the swarm drones, and it plays a very important role, as you can see. Now comes the time to understand the the working of these. So I think let me just take a 5 minutes break, and I'll be back. I think there are some messages in the group also, so let me just check it. Yeah, so it's 10 minutes to 6, so we'll return at 6. Okay, so just you can have a 10 minutes break. Hello. Yeah. So I'm back again. Can you just give me a green check? Everybody is back.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
We're here.
Yes,
Great,
ma'am.
great, great.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. So anybody, any questions till now? I just, before we proceed further, may I know some questions or some queries anybody would like to ask?
No, ma'am.
No questions. Okay. That means there are two options. One is that everybody has understood everything. And the second option is,
Indeed, but actually there is one question in the chat box, and I also have the same query. Like, how
okay.
do we know when to apply which algorithm? And I mean, which one is going
Okay.
to be best? So those things.
Okay, okay, okay. Wonderful question. A wonderful question. I'm glad that somebody has asked this question. I will reply to this question towards the middle of this presentation.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
And the answer to this, I will briefly tell you, is there is a famous theorem which is called as the no free lunch theorem. And what is that theorem? I'll just come to that and then we'll know more about that. Okay. Yeah. So just bear with me some more couple of slides and then I'll answer this question. Thank you so much for this question, but it's a good question. So let's proceed further, and now we'll take a simple example to understand what is the skeleton or what is the format in which every nature inspired technique works, and how does it behave, and how do we identify what is what. So let us take the simplest example about unconstrained problem. Unconstrained in the sense that only the lower and the upper bounds on the decision parameters is available to us. Like, for example, we have a minimization function of n variables, and these n variables are bounded by the lower and the upper bounds for each of the n parameters. Okay. So this is the simplest case of an optimization problem, and later on then we can build up upon the constraints and so on and so forth. So in order to understand this, let me take a two variable problem. It's just the sum of the squares, x1 squared plus x2 squared. And the bounds on x1 and x2 are given to be minus 100 is less than x1 is less than 100. And similarly for x2, it is minus 1 is less than equal to x2 is less than equal to 50. We know that the answer is, what is the answer, by the way? What is the answer of this problem? Anybody?
1.
1? What is the answer? 1?
0.
Should be 0.
It should be 0.
Should
Yeah.
be 0.
0.
It's not 1. It's 0 because we are minimizing it. Okay. And at which point, I mean, at which x1 and x2 will we get 0? What will be the value of x1 and x2? 0, 0. Yeah, somebody is writing. Yeah, somebody is writing in the chat box. It is 0, 0. x1 is equal to 0 and x2 is equal to 0. Right? The minimum value is 0. Okay. And it is attained at x1 equal to 0 and x2 equal to 0. Agree? Agree with me? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Okay. So this means that we know the solution of this problem. It's a very simple problem, two variable problem, and there are no inequality and equality constraints except the lower and the upper bounds. That is minus 100 is less than x1 is less than 100 and minus 1 is less than x2 is less than equal to 50. Okay. A very, very simple two variable problem. We know its answer. The reason why I'm picking up this example is to understand the working of our nature-inspired techniques. Okay. Note that I have taken different bounds on X1 and X2. I could have taken the same ones also, but in general, as I said, these bounds could be different for X1 and different for X2. So that's why I have taken different bounds. Why we are taking this problem is to understand the working. So what we'll do is, we'll go step by step. First, let's look at the general template or the skeleton of any nature-inspired optimization techniques. You have just heard about the brief introduction, what do we mean by nature-inspired techniques, and as I mentioned, the general skeleton looks like this. That is, initialize the population, and for that you need some of the parameters. What is the pop size? Pop size means the population size. How many solutions you want to generate randomly. That is what is called as the pop size. And the second parameter is the maximum iterations allowed, because this is the sort of stopping criteria. You want to carry out these iterations up to a certain limit, because otherwise how will the computer stop? So you put a cap on the number of iterations that you want to execute your program for. That is what is called as the maximum iterations allowed. This is actually just one way of making your algorithm stop. There are other ways also. I'll be talking about them also later on, but in general, this is the most commonly used stopping criteria. So these parameters you need to initialize. Then you need to generate a population of randomly generated feasible solutions in the search space. That is, your search space in our example is between -100 and 100 and -1 and 5. So within this search space, this is called as a search space. Okay, let me go back here and tell you this one. This one is a search space. You're only interested in those X1 and X2 which satisfy these bounds. This is called as a search space. So within this search space, I want to generate a population of randomly generated feasible solutions, right? Then I want to evaluate the objective function at each of them, because that is what we are concerned with. Because here we are not using any derivatives, we are only using the objective function value. What is the objective function? This is the objective. That is x1 squared plus x2 squared. So at each of these randomly generated solutions, suppose I have selected pop size equal to 20. So at each of the 20 randomly generated feasible solutions, I will evaluate the objective function at those randomly generated solutions, right? After I have done that, then I will initialize my iteration number. I'll call it as iteration is equal to 1. And then put a big loop, that is for iteration is equal to 1 to maximum iteration allowed. I will perform the operators of the nature-inspired technique that we are using. So if you're using a PSO, you will apply the PSO operators. If you're using ACO, you're applying the ACO parameters and so on. So whatever operators you are using, you put them over here in this big loop. Somebody's mic is on, please. Hello? Whose mic is that on? Can you see that, Anurag? Whose mic is on? So I've just. Okay. So you can unmute yourself if you want to. If you want to speak. Okay. Right. So this big for loop or a do loop, what I would say, here you start from iteration equal to 1 to the maximum iteration allowed. and perform the operators of the nature-inspired optimization technique that you're using. And once this loop is complete, then report the current best solution as the optimum solution. Because what will happen is, at each of the iterations, you will find that your population is being updated. Suppose your population is of size 10, okay? Then at each iteration, those 10 solutions will keep on updating, okay? And at the last iteration, amongst those population of 10 solutions, pick out the one that is the best, that is best in terms of objective function value. And that you can report as the solution. So this is just the simplest template of any nature-inspired technique. Therefore, what is the first step? Now let's execute our problem and try to find out how we do it. First of all, we need to generate an initial population. So how are you going to do it? We'll use a uniformly distributed random number, which will generate a random number between 0 and 1. We'll call it small r. Okay. Do you know how to generate a random number between 0 and 1? Anybody? Can you please tell? You can unmute yourself, please.
ये सारी equivalent commands हैं.
Hello? Hello, somebody is saying ये सारी equivalent commands हैं. Please, can you mute yourself, please? Yeah, anybody who can tell me how to generate a random, what is the random number, please? Please, can you unmute yourself and tell me what is the random number?
हाँ बिल्कुल.
Hello?
वाह.
इसमें
Hello? You hear me, everybody? Anurag, can you please tell me whose mic is on? So disturbing.
Ma'am, Chiranjit sir, I think.
Chiranjit, okay. Chiranjit, please switch off your mic. You are disturbing everybody. Hello, Chiranjit. Chiranjit, please switch off your mic. It's not listening. Chiranjit, can you listen to me? Hello, Chiranjit, can you listen to me? Can you hear me, Chiranjit?
When you are the host, then you can mute yourself, no?
No, yeah, if I'm muting, then all the participants are muting.
Okay.
एक इंडिविजुअल को म्यूट करने का कोई तरीका होगा ना?
Ma'am, you can mute all the participants. Accordingly, participant will unmute yourself, no?
Yeah, that is what I did actually. Okay, I'm. Okay, I'm muting all the participants. Okay, so if you want to talk, please switch on your mic. Yeah, so please tell me what is a random number? Anybody, please tell me what is a
Ma'am,
random number?
A random number means the number which we can on the basis of random basis, like 0, 1.
Elaborate upon that, please.
Um, but in this I am not sure about that. We can take decimal numbers or not.
Mhm. So I'm saying that we want to generate a random number R between 0 and 1. What does it mean?
Ma'am, random number is like outcome of any event.
Mhm.
Here,
Outcome of any event,
so here
okay.
range is between 0 and 1,
Mhm.
pre-decided, and we randomly generate with the help of some probability distribution function.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like
Okay,
1
good.
by 2 if we
Uh-huh.
Like uniform distribution.
yes.
Okay, good, good, good.
Like if we toss a coin, that means the outcome will be 1 by 2 and 1 by 2.
Mm-hmm. Good, good. So then
Yes.
how will you generate a random number between 0 and 1? That's
Some
the
function,
It
using
is,
some
ma'am, it
function,
will
as a
depend
uniform
on.
distribution function.
some distribution function. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then how will you generate it on the computer? Because see, we are going to learn the coding.
So in MATLAB, we use rand function. So
Okay, good, good. So in MATLAB, we have a rand function. Yeah, that's correct. Absolutely correct. Most of the computer programming languages, MATLAB or C, C++, Fortran, Python, all these languages, they have a function which helps you to generate a random number.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You can generate a random number between 0 and 1. You can also generate a random positive integer. Or you can generate a random number integer also between A to B, between any lower and an upper bound. That also you can do.
Yes.
Okay. All you need to know is how to identify that particular library call.
Yeah.
So those of you who are okay with the MATLAB, you know how to generate a random number. So just use rand. It's called rand. Okay. And you can generate a random number between lower and upper bound, between A and B. So very simple command for that. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So that's the first step. That is, in general, we'll generate a random number R between 0 and 1. And then suppose your software doesn't allow to generate a random number between A and B. Then what will you do? It allows you only to generate a random number R between 0 and 1. Okay, then what do you do? Because see, we need over here, we need a random number between -100 and 100. So how to do it? But our, let's say MATLAB is allowing to generate between 0 and 1 only. Then what to do?
And we can generate a number between 0 and 1, and then we can add that number to that particular A, and then we can generate a number between means nearby A.
Yeah, there is a little trick to that. That's what I've written over here. See, you generate a number between 0 and 1, call it R, small r. Okay. And in order to bring it between xmin and xmax, you need to apply this small linear transformation. That is capital R is equal to xmin plus R times xmax minus xmin. Okay. Well, in order to check this, what you have to do, put R is equal to 0. Suppose you put R is equal to 0 over here. Then your capital R will become xmin. Okay. And if you put small r is equal to 1 in this equation, then your capital R will become, what will it become?
Xmax.
Xmax. Okay. So between 0 and 1, you are scaling it between xmin and xmax. So you are applying a linear transformation from 0, 1 to xmin xmax just by this simple linear equation. Got it, everybody? Is that okay, everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yes,
In-
ma'am. Ma'am, one question is,
Yes, please. Yeah.
is there any other linear transformation which we can use, or this one is the generalized one?
This is the easiest that I can think of.
Okay.
Right. You see, mostly the MATLAB and all these softwares, they will allow you to generate a number between Xmin and Xmax. Okay, in general, you just specify Xmin and Xmax, and there you are, you will get a random number between Xmin and Xmax. But in case it doesn't, then this is what you have to do.
And is it possible to add more difference with this equation?
What do you mean by
Like
more
like xmin plus r xmax minus xmin plus another random number multiply with this by xmax minus xmin. Is it possible?
what is the benefit of that?
Another
What benefit will you get from there?
so my question is this, boss. Is it possible? Is it okay?
No, it's not required actually. What you're saying, see, I'm trying to tell you that if you map 0, 1 to Xmin, Xmax, okay, then this equation is enough. You're mapping 0, 1 interval to Xmin, Xmax interval. And you know, because the property of real numbers says that between every two real numbers, there's another real number.
Yes.
So suppose you generate two random numbers between 0 and 1. There will be another random number between them. Okay, na?
Yes,
So there are infinitely many random numbers between 0 and 1. And similarly, there are infinitely many random numbers between Xmin and Xmax. Right?
Yes.
So we are just trying to create a mapping which will take my interval 0, 1 to the interval Xmin, Xmax. That's all. So the random number that I have generated in 0, 1 is going to be mapped into Xmin, Xmax. That's it. Now, this process has to be done for all the coordinates of our problem. I will illustrate this with the help of an example. Okay. This has to be done for all the components of your, problem size. But your problem size is 2. So you have to do this for all the parameters, all the x1, x2. Let me just show here in our example. This is the calculation. Now, suppose our problem was two variable problem, no? X1 and X2. Okay. So for the first coordinate X1, let me generate a random number R between 0 and 1. Suppose this is the random number 0.16345. Okay. So what I'm doing is I am calculating capital R by this formula, Xmin plus R times Xmax minus Xmin. That is what it is. Xmin is minus 100 plus 0.16345. This is this random number R multiplied by 100 minus 100. This is Xmax, this is Xmin. Okay. And when you solve it, you will get minus 67.31. And this capital R is a random number between minus 100 and 100. Please check it. Is it correct? Okay. And similarly, the same thing you do for the second coordinate. For the second coordinate x2, suppose you generate a random number R given by 0.69012. This one. Now here the Xmin and Xmax are different. Okay, what are the Xmin and Xmax? Here it is, -1 and 50. Okay, so this is Xmin, this is Xmax. Therefore, what will you do? -1 is the Xmin, Xmax is 50. So 50 minus -1 and multiplied by this thing, 0.691. And this resultant capital R will lie between -1 and 50. Automatically, this will happen. Okay. Therefore, what do you mean? Therefore, you mean that the first randomly generated feasible solution is given by minus 67.31, this one, and the second one is 34.19612. There it is. Have you understood, everybody? How did we generate this randomly generated feasible solution?
Yes, ma'am.
So like this, you have to create the entire population of pop size. Whatever pop size you have selected, you have to create a population in the same manner. So that is the first step. Right. Second step is to evaluate the objective function. Because you have generated this point randomly, now you want to generate, obtain the objective function value. So what you'll do, you'll put it into the objective function x1 squared plus x2 squared. So just substituting this x1, x2, what you have generated. See, this is the x1, x2 that you have generated. This one, minus 67 and 34. So minus 67 and 34, you are putting in this function, and minus 67.31 whole squared plus 34.19612 whole squared. That is your objective function value. And this you have to repeat for all the randomly generated feasible solutions of the population. Okay. And it is a good idea to sort all these solutions that you have according to the the objective function value. You can keep a record of the best and the worst feasible solutions in the population. Okay. Now you apply the various operators of the nature-inspired technique that you have picked up, that is GA, PSO, ABC, whatever you like. Okay, and that's how you proceed. So I hope the whole template is clear to everybody. As I mentioned in this template, generate a population, randomly evaluate the objective function, and then put a big loop into it, and starting from iteration 1 to maximum iteration allowed, apply the whatever nature-inspired technique you are using, and stop when the maximum iterations are obtained. So like this, I have told you how to generate an initial population. I've told you how to scale it between the lower and the upper bounds in case your software doesn't allow it. And then I've also told you how to evaluate it using the objective function, right? This is the first thing that we need to do. Okay, and then apply your operators depending upon the method you have chosen. Right. Now, a word about the stopping criteria. Now, I had mentioned that there are many ways of stopping your algorithm. Here are some of the ways. The first one, that is maximum number of predefined iterations. Okay. Remember, I had asked you to give the you have to initialize this parameter. How many iterations you want? How many generations you want? Suppose you are happy with 100 iterations. Okay, no worries. You just give maximum iterations as 100. Suppose you want more iterations. You are still not confident that 100 is enough. So you want to give, let's say, 50,000 iterations. So that also you can give. So this is the most common way in which you can make your algorithm stop. Okay, maximum number of predefined iterations, and the user can define it the way he likes. That is the most commonly used stopping criteria. Okay. Next, another way of stopping your algorithm is by making sure that the worst objective function and the best objective function is within epsilon. That is the objective function value of the worst and the best at a particular iteration. Let's say, suppose you are at every iteration, keep a record of the fitness of the objective function of the best and the worst. Okay. At every iteration, keep a record of the objective function value of the best and the worst solution, as and how they become less than epsilon, you can make your algorithm stop. Okay. So you can just put this in your bigger loop. The third way could be that keep a record of the objective function value of the best solution. That is best objective function value at each iteration. Okay. Then at each iteration, keep on comparing it with the previous iteration, like f best iteration minus f best iteration minus 1 at the current iteration and at the previous iteration. Keep a watch on the objective function value of the best objective function. As soon as it is less than epsilon, you can make the algorithm stop.
Ma'am, I have one question.
Yeah.
Ma'am, here, ma'am, you told that that if OST minus F base less than equal to epsilon or some threshold value. So, ma'am, how we can specify that threshold value? So,
Yeah,
is it
yeah, yeah.
user defined or?
You mean to say epsilon?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So epsilon is usually considered a user-defined parameter. Okay. Usually it's less than 1. You can keep it. It will depend upon the user how much accuracy he is interested in. Suppose he wants 0.001, then it's fine. If he is not satisfied with that, he wants more accuracy, then he can have it 0.110 into 10 to the power whatever. Okay. So this is a totally user-defined parameter. Depending upon his choice, how much accuracy is he wanting to attain? Okay. So it's a user-defined parameter. In the second and in the third case, both. Okay. Are you satisfied with my answer?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
most
ma'am.
For most of the cases, which method is efficient?
Which method is efficient? Okay. I will reply to you when I finish this, the last point. Okay. Yeah, I'll just before I proceed, I also want to tell you about this sentence that I've written. This thing you have to keep on checking repeatedly for a specified number of iterations. What does this mean? Anybody? Why I have written this? Repeatedly for specified number of iterations. Anybody, please?
Keep a check that we are close to optimum solution or getting the best solution.
To some extent, yes. But you see, what will happen is that there may be a situation where during some iterations, let's say 10 iterations, there is no improvement. But because of the strength of the random number, there may come a situation at the 11th iteration that there is a further fall in the objective function. Okay. So in order to avoid that situation, you have to make sure that this matching between this f best iteration and f best iteration minus 1 doesn't happen repeatedly for a specified number. Specified number means, let's say 5. So during 5 iterations, if it is happening, this behavior, okay, then only make it stop. You will understand this when you actually do the coding. Then only you will understand what I'm saying over here. Okay, because in general, the behavior of the objective function goes like this, then like this, and then sometimes this, and then again down, and then like this. But it is constant for some iterations. Then again it jumps down, then slightly constant, and then again down. This is the general behavior. And all this happens because of the random number. And I will give you some more insight into the random number so that you have plenty of exercise on that. Okay. I'll talk about the random numbers also very short. Okay, so these are the three ways in which the stopping criteria can be designed. And fourth one is a combination of two or more of the above. Okay, you can make a combination of any of these, and as soon as any one of them is satisfied, you can make the algorithm stop. Okay, as I said, the first one is the most popular, but you can also design your stopping criteria the way you like, keeping in view the second and the third point. Okay. Now, the question that somebody asked us now was, which is the best? In fact, there is no concept of the best. It is totally problem dependent. What is your problem? It will depend upon that. Okay, it will depend upon the problem. It will depend upon your parameters, what parameters you have fixed. Okay, there may be a situation that suppose the predefined iterations are too small. Let's say only 50 iterations. But this criteria is not being satisfied. So your algorithm is stopping at a non-optimal point, which is very, very dangerous. You should not make your algorithm stop at a non-optimal point. It is not even a local minima, forget the global. And similarly for the third one. So in general, you cannot say which one is the best. It is just a matter of experimentation, and it is a matter of your experience. So you have to fine tune your algorithm. So it's, as I said, nature inspired techniques, they allow you to play around with the parameters, and you can just play around with the parameters and try to see what is happening. You can make some adjustments to see whether you can make some improvements in it or not. So it's totally up to the user how to design the stopping criteria. Okay. Right. So now I'm going to take some working examples, and I'm going to take 3 algorithms, PSO, Grey Wolf, and ABC. Of course, there are separate lectures for each of these topics, so I will not go into the details of each of them. I will just, at this, because today is the first day, so I'll just share with you what happens in PSO, what happens in Grey Wolf, and what happens in ABC. The details will come later on, maybe second and third, fourth day, or so on. Okay, right. So in the PSO, this is the flow of the PSO. You won't understand much of it because each of these terminology needs a lot of explanation. What is swarm, what is fitness, what is G-best, what is P-best, what is velocity. So all these things, at the moment, you can just forget about them. Okay. These are the governing equations, the velocity update equation, because PSO is actually trying to update the velocity and the position of each of the particle in the swarm. Yeah? And how this updating is done with the help of this equation. We'll know more about it when we study the PSO, right? And the second equation is the position update equation. So like this, just with the help of these 2 governing equations, we can update our swarm, right? So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take a simple calculations, because I'm going to do hand calculations. Okay, so I'm going to generate a population or a swarm of 6 randomly generated feasible solutions. Okay, and why I'm taking these as integers, I'm not taking as real numbers, because I had to do the hand calculations. So I just took some very simple 2, 4, -4, -3, like this. So I just take some simple calculations because I'm just going to do the hand calculations. So I'm going to take this population or this swarm, and I'm going to implement all the 3 algorithms for the sake of illustration, just for the sake of illustration. No programming right now. no programming, just simple population of 6 randomly generated feasible solutions. So randomly I have picked up 2, 4, -4, -3. Okay. And then I'm going to see the performance of these 3 algorithms. Okay. So first step is to evaluate the objective function. So what is the objective function? X1 squared plus X2 squared. Remember, our problem is X1 squared plus X2 squared. So I'll just put 2 squared plus 4 squared gives me 20. -4 squared plus -3 squared will give me 25, and like this. So the objective function that I'm going to calculate is shown here in this column, 4th column. Okay. The best one of them is this 3rd one. That is why it is called G-best. It's called global best. We'll know more about it when we work with the PSO. This is called the global best. Okay. Then we'll apply the velocity update equation and the position update equation. These are the calculations for those velocity update equation and the position update equation. For each of the 6 particles, they are all called particles. These are all called particles. Okay, in terms of PSO language, they are called particles. So for the first particle, these are the calculations. Of course, what are these values? How did they come from? This is shown in this velocity update equation. R1 and R2 are random numbers, and C1 and C2 are constants. All these things you'll know when we are learning the PSO. We'll talk about it in detail. Okay. Therefore, for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th particle, the updated iteration after the first iteration, this is what our pop size looks like. Now, I have got the first particle as 1.5 and 2.7, and its corresponding objective function value is 9.54. Similarly, the updated 2nd particle, 3rd particle, and like this. So all the particles have now got a new position and their corresponding objective function value. So remember, earlier kitni thi? Earlier it was 2. This was the global best. But after the first iteration, now I have got 1.37. Okay. So what do you find? That in one iteration only, I have got a jump from 2 to 1.37. Like this, if I keep on applying more and more iterations, I'm likely to improve upon my solution. Okay. Similarly, I've not shown the calculation, but after the 2nd iteration, this is what the scenario looks like. The 4th particle is giving me the best. It is giving me 0.13. Of course, I have not shown the calculations here, but you can just check it out. Okay. And you will find that this convergence to the value 0, because that is the minimum we are looking for, 0. Okay. Becomes evident. Okay. Second algorithm that I'm going to talk about is the Gray-Wolf algorithm. So Gray-Wolf algorithm is another swarm intelligence algorithm, and it is very, very popular these days. Professor Syed Ali Mirjalali is the inventor of this Gray-Wolf algorithm, and we are lucky to have him as one of the speakers. He'll be telling you more about this Gray-Wolf algorithm. And I also have the fortune of working with him as a collaborator. And he will share with you his MATLAB codes of this Gray-Wolf algorithm. Today, Gray-Wolf algorithm optimization algorithm is having, I don't know, so much of citation, and it is finding applications in all walks of applications. Okay. So it's an algorithm, briefly I'll tell you, it's an algorithm which has a hierarchical structure. That is, all the population members, they have a hierarchy. The best solution is called alpha, 2nd best is called beta, and 3rd best is called delta. And the remaining ones are called omega. Okay. So these sort of solutions, they have a hierarchy depending upon their objective function value. this is the governing equation. What the gray wolves do, they encircle their prey and then attack it. So this is the governing equation for the encircling behavior. Okay, don't worry if you don't understand it right now, because later on when we have this lecture by Professor Mirza Ali, then you will know more about it. Then the hunting behavior is given by these equations. And like this, the final is the attacking the prey. That's a pseudo code of a gray wolf. You can just skip it right now. Now the same population I'm picking up. Okay, remember the one that I picked up last time? So I'm picking up the same population. Okay, 2, 4, -4, 3, and like this, and the same objective function value. Why I have picked up the same one is in order to illustrate the comparison between PSO and gray wolf. Okay. And I'm using the same population because with the PSO also we had taken this one. Now, according to the GWO terminology, this third one is called the alpha wolf. Alpha wolf. Okay, there it was called the GBEST. Here it is called as alpha wolf. But it is the same because it's having the least objective function value. Okay. Now we'll apply the iterations. Yeah. Anybody, any questions, please?
Ma'am, what is the inspiration behind these three equations?
Yeah. So we'll be talking more about it, but quickly let me tell you these equations. These equations actually. You see, the gray wolves, they live in a pack. It's called a pack of wolves, and their objective is to catch hold of a prey and kill it. Okay. So what they do is this behavior is depicted by the help of this behavior. First one is encircling, that is the encircle their prey. And what are these parameters I've written over here? D is the difference vector, T is the current iteration, XT is the position vector of the wolf, and XPT is the position vector of the prey. What they do is, you see, they translate this position of the wolves and the prey in a n-dimensional such space. Okay, and at each iteration, T is the iteration number, so at each iteration, the position vector of the wolf and the position vector of the prey is determined, and this is updated at each iteration. So first equation is the encircling equation that is given by this one, and all the wolves, they are trying to encircle the prey. That is, they are becoming closer and closer to the prey. They are going to encircle it. Okay. The second equation is the hunting behavior. That is, they are going to hunt it. Okay. They are going to hunt it in the sense that the approximate position of the prey by updating their positions of the alpha, beta, and delta wolves. So all these alpha, beta, and delta wolves, what is alpha, beta, delta? Here it is written. Alpha is the best solution, beta is the second best, and delta is the third best. So this is a hierarchical structure. Every iteration will determine alpha, beta, and delta. And their positions are being updated using this hunting behavior equations. Okay, they're going to hunt it like this. And finally, the third equation is attacking the prey. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to take the average, x1, x2, x3. What is x1, x2, x3? This is x1, x2, x3. Okay, the equations that you get as an outcome of the hunting behavior.
Okay. Ma'am, significance of C value?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about this in the, when we'll talk about this detailed lecture. We have a full day for gray wolf. Okay, so we can talk about that. Actually, it's a parameter. This is our C. Okay, 2R2. Here it is coming.
Randomly generated pattern.
Okay, so we'll talk about this later on. Okay, they are the coefficient vectors which are need to be multiplied with the prey vector, the position vector of the prey. Okay, here it is, C at the top. This one,
Yes, ma'am.
C
Yes.
dot XPT. It is a constant which is to be multiplied by the position vector of the prey. And this D equation has to be done for all the alpha, beta, and delta. Yeah. It is the same equation. See, C XPT minus XT. C XPT minus X. So actually, this is corresponding to alpha, beta, delta, because alpha, beta, delta have also to update their equations. Just like all the wolves, similarly, this alpha, beta, delta have also to update their equation. That is why these equations are used. Okay. So we'll talk more about this when we talk about the gray wolf method. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And finally, the attacking is done using this x1 plus x2 plus x3 divided by 3. This is the third equation. Right. So, as I said, in the gray wolf terminology, this third one is the alpha wolf. Now we'll apply the iterations using the governing equations that have been illustrated there. I have shown the calculations over here, how they have done. Of course, I'll be sharing this PPT, so you can just check them out. And the updated first wolf turns out to be 1.11 and 2.61 after all the calculations have been performed. Okay. Similarly, the updated second wolf, third and fourth and fifth and sixth, all the 6 wolves, I have got the calculations, right? Which means that after the first iteration, this is what our population looks like now. Okay. And it so happens that the 5th wolf is having a fitness of 0.012. That is the fitness of the objective function value of the alpha wolf. This is the 5th one is the alpha wolf now. Right? Then we look at the second iteration and we find that there is no improvement. It is just by chance. No improvement. Therefore, what we do is what we use is called as the greedy search. What is the meaning of greedy search? Greedy search means that if at the kth and the k plus 1th iteration, there is no improvement, then forget about the k plus 1th and call back that kth iteration. That's what I've done over here. See, at the first iteration, we have this table that is 0.012. Okay. And at the second iteration, we have 0.13. So I'm going to use a greedy search and I'm going to retain the best. However, this greedy search has to be performed on all the members of the population. Let's look at the first one. First one was having fitness 8.04 in the first iteration, right? And at the second iteration, it is having 0.08. So which one is better? 0.08 is better. So therefore, 0.08 will come over here after the greedy selection is performed. Got it? Similarly, let's check with the second one. The second wolf over here has objective function value 0.53. And at the second iteration, it is again 0.53. So it will be same as 0.53. Let's look at third one. Third one is 1.54. And here it is 1.38. So therefore, we will pick up 1.38. Which one of them is better? Better in the sense minimum, that will pick up. That is what is called as greedy selection. And this greedy selection procedure is done in all the nature-inspired techniques that we know about. Okay. Accordingly, the fifth wolf is 0.012, and that is what we get. Okay. So this is the best wolf, alpha wolf, and like this, the beta and delta and omega are defined. The third algorithm is the ABC algorithm, artificial bee colony algorithm. So this is, again, we'll devote one entire day for ABC algorithm. Briefly, let me tell you about it. It was developed by Karaboga, a scientist in the UK, in 2005, and it mimics the behavior of honeybees. So the honeybees, they have the property of self-organization and division of labor. And the behavior of the honeybee swarm has these components, that is food source, employed foragers and unemployed foragers. Food source corresponds to the minima. Foragers are those agents who are looking for food, who are in search of food. They are called the employed foragers. Okay, their job is to look for food. And unemployed foragers are the ALSI people who don't want to do anything. Right. So this is some of the terminology. Maybe I can skip this out because we are running out of time. We have to do some more work. Okay. So foraging is the procedure by which they are going to hunt for the food. And in order to hunt for the food, these agents, these honeybees, they perform an activity which is called as dance. And what is this dance? With the help of this dance, they can convey to their other honeybees where to search for the food. Okay. And the way in which they dance is an indication for the sharing of the information. They share the information where the food is. So a small video to illustrate what this dance looks like and what is the message they want to give to their fellow honeybees. So just look at this video. Okay, so the idea is that the way in which they perform their dance tells us which direction to move, how far they should move, and all sorts of parameters. So we'll talk about this algorithm in much detail in the subsequent, I think, second and third day. Okay. Now coming to the ABC algorithm, the ABC algorithm was designed using this concept, and the employed bees and the onlooker bees and the scouts have been identified as the three groups of bees. And they have their own task. I can quickly skip this because I want to take some tutorial sessions. Let me just go to the calculations. So here you are. The same population is having the third bee as the best one. And this is its fitness. Okay. And I can skip these calculations because you will not understand them at the moment. Later on you will. Okay. Let me just come to what happens at the end of the first iteration. Yeah. So here you are. After the first cycle, this is what the third bee looks like. So from 2, we have come to 0.0362. right? And then after the second cycle, we come to the same. So we'll perform there is no improvement in the second cycle, right? So the idea is now it comes the time to identify what happened, when. So let us look at this experimentation that we did by hand calculations. Since when we did the initial generation of population of solutions, we'll call it as iteration number 0. Okay? So all the three algorithms, ABC, Gray-Wolf, and PSO, the best solution had an objective function value as 2. Okay? That was same for everybody, for all the three algorithms, because that's the reason we wanted to make a comparison. Now looking at the calculations that we have obtained at the first iteration and at the second iteration, this is the pattern that we observe. ABC gave me 0.0362 at the first and second iteration, no improvement in the second iteration. Gray-Wolf also gave me, remember the greedy search we performed? PSO got me good results. PSO gave me 2, 1.37 and 0.13. So that's interesting to note. This is the behavior of the objective function corresponding to the best solution. Okay. However, what about the performance of the worst solution? Remember, the worst solution was having objective function value 25. Okay. And the remaining ones for the first iteration and at the second iteration. Observe that ABC had the same worst solution from 0 to the first iteration. And likewise, the other methods also gave me different kind of solutions, right? Apart from this, let us try to understand what happened to the population graphically. So since it was a 2-variable problem that we had taken, what I find is this is what ABC looked like. 0th iteration, first iteration, and second iteration. Of course, the 0th iteration of all the three methods is same because we have chosen the same population. Okay, na? The first iteration and second iteration has changed. Now, what do you find? The clustering has taken place very beautifully in the Gray-Wolf.
Ma'am, it is not visible clearly.
Which one is not visible? Sorry.
Figure.
This is not visible. The graph.
Graph. Is it possible to zoom in?
You want to zoom it? Let me just see if I can zoom it. Look at this one. See, they have clustered all together in the Gray-Wolf. This is the second column. Can you now see it? Can you see it now?
Yes.
I will send you.
This one.
I will send you the PPT. No worries. I'll send you the PPT. Okay. So what happens is that this analysis is trying to show us how the convergence is taking place. I mean, the randomly generated feasible solutions were scattered all over the place in the 0th iteration, but slowly they change their positions. Look at the ABC, look at the Gray-Wolf, and look at the PSO. Okay, and interestingly, the Gray-Wolf appears to be very nice because they have all clustered together. That is the power of Gray-Wolf. Okay, so we have in fact chosen 3 ways in which we try to understand the behavior of these 3 algorithms. Okay, what are these 3 parameters that we have chosen? We have chosen the best solution, the objective function of the best solution. We have chosen the objective function of the worst solution, and we have chosen to visualize the search space. How does it look like? Okay. Now comes the answer to the question which somebody had asked in the beginning. How do you know which one to apply? Which is the best? So I had promised you that I'll reply to this question later on, and now is the time to answer this question. The answer to this question lies in the no free lunch theorem. This important theorem, no free lunch theorem, says that nobody will give you free lunch. दुनिया बड़ी मतलबी है ना, nobody will give you free lunch, in the sense that these two gentlemen, Wolpert and McCarty, in 1997, they stated this no free lunch theorem, which says that there is no meta heuristic which is best suited for solving all optimization problems of varied complexities. See, remember I told you, every optimization problem has a different kind of complexity into it. One will be having multiple minimas, one will be having a shallow objective function, and so on and so forth. Every problem will have every kind of a different complexity. Every problem will have different kind of a complexity. And therefore, you cannot design one particular nature-inspired technique. You cannot design one particular algorithm which will solve problems of different kinds of complexities. And that is the reason why the research area of nature-inspired optimization techniques is so lucrative that even today, more and more techniques are coming into existence, and it is a challenge to design such an algorithm which can solve maximum kind of optimization problems having maximum kinds of complexities into them. As an analogy, let me give you the example. Suppose I am suffering from heart disease. Okay, so I'll go to a heart specialist. If I'm suffering from sugar level problems, I'll go to the sugar level problem. I'll eat a different kind of a medicine. If I'm having eyesight problem, I'll go to the different kind of a doctor. I'll have different kind of medicine. So depending upon my problem, I will go to the different kind of doctor exactly in the same way. Depending upon the complexity of my optimization problem, I will have to find out a particular algorithm to solve my problem. So the answer to this question is, which algorithm is the best, lies in the fact it will depend upon your problem at hand. Which means that suppose, for example, you have an NP heart problem and your problem is binary. That is, you are having a 0-1 kind of a situation. Then probably binary GA is the best suited. That's what the literature says. Okay, and that is the place where you need an expert advice from one of the experts or whatever to find out what is the best algorithm that you should choose. Okay, right. Now comes the time for some open problems. As I mentioned, that this area of research is very lucrative and lots of problems are still sort of available for research. So one of the open problem is how to analyze these nature-inspired techniques mathematically in terms of their convergence, stability, and robustness. See, what happens is, I have just used these 3 parameters. Remember, I have chosen the behavior of the best agent. I've used the behavior of the worst agent, and I've chosen the search space. How does it look like? There are other parameters also. For example, if you perform 30 runs, okay, then use your statistical tests, Wilcoxon tests and rank test, and see whether the null hypothesis is satisfied or not. Okay. Or some people plot the box plots and make a comparison using the box plot. So many statistical techniques are available to make a comparison, because now we are looking at what do you call stochastic techniques. So stochastic techniques, stochastic techniques have to be compared with the help of stochastic elements, stochastic methods. So that's the reason why mathematically how to analyze their convergence, their stability, and their robustness is still a challenge. Till today, no mathematical rigorous proof is available. Okay. Somebody has written in the chat box, no, oh, there is a discussion going on. Sorry, I didn't see this. How can I select R value? R is randomly selected. Somebody has written, how can I select R value? R is to be chosen randomly. Then that will be randomly generated. Yeah. Will iteration depend on population size? No. Iteration will not depend on population size. Iteration is different and population size is different. They are both parameters which are to be given by the user. Yeah, no, iteration and population size are two different things. Yeah, two independent user independent parameters. Correct. Yeah. Okay. So that is the first open problem as far as research is concerned, that you need to design a mathematical rigorous proof to sort of take care of the convergence, stability, and robustness. Second, yeah.
And is it similar to performance indicator? First question.
The first open problem?
Yeah. It is like performance indicator.
Actually, no, that's the next one. Actually, that's the next one. This is the mathematical proof I'm talking about. The mathematical rigorous proof. See, people have used Markov chain process and so on and so forth. That's not my area of research. I mean, I have not worked on that, so I can't comment on that. But people have used Markov chain process to mathematically determine the convergence. Okay. But still, that's not enough. The literature says that we need to design much rigorous mathematical analysis to look at the convergence and all sorts of things. Okay. Right. The second problem is fine-tuning the parameters of a given algorithm so as to achieve its best performance for a given set of problems. Now, you were asking me, what do we do with the parameters like the population size, the number of iterations, and all sorts of things? These are the parameters which have to be carefully chosen, and they have to be fine-tuned. Okay. And since you cannot have the same parameters for all problems of different complexities, you have to identify a given set of problems, and for those given set of problems, fine tune the parameters. Okay. For example, let's say all unimodal problems, that is those problems in which there is only one minima. They are called unimodal problems. Can you fine tune these parameters to say, okay, whenever there is a unimodal problem, pick out these parameters, and there you are, you should get the results. You should get the convergence. So this is a challenge. It's an open problem. Third problem is to design new types of benchmarking optimization problems. Remember, I showed you in the beginning those 5 problems in which there were different local minimas and global minimas. Okay. It is a challenge to design new optimization problems so that people can use it as a benchmark. That is where the mathematics will come into picture, in the sense that you can design new problems. Okay, here is a problem. Try to solve it using PSO. Right. Fourth one is about the performance matrices that you were just now talking about. Okay, we have used only 3 performance matrices. है ना? In my presentation, I have just illustrated only 3 performance matrices, but there are other also. There is a box plot, there is a t-test, there is a Wilcoxon test, there is a mean, standard deviation, so on and so forth. Okay, there are so many of them. So therefore, this open problem tells you how to identify the most suitable performance matrix so that you can make a fair comparison of the algorithms. Comparison should be fair. Okay, let me illustrate about the fair comparison. Just one word about it. See, I'm the editor and reviewer of many journals, and when I sort of see some of the papers that have been submitted, what I find is that suppose they are making a comparison between, let's say, 4 or 5 algorithms. What they are doing is they are choosing different initial population for different algorithms. Okay. Tell me, is it correct? Is it a fair comparison?
No, ma'am.
No, it is not fair. Why? Why it is not fair?
Because the structure of the parameter should be similar.
Yeah, yeah. Because just as I had taken the same population, see, in my analysis, my small analysis, see, over here, I've taken the same population. That is why the comparison is fair. If I had chosen these different population, then it would have been different. Then the comparison would not have been fair.
Manipulation is there.
Manipulation is there. Yeah. So whenever I come across such kind of research papers where the population is not same, I usually make this comment. And this will, another thing that will happen is, like suppose one algorithm, the best one is, let's say, 25, and in the second one, the best one is 10. Okay, and it is converging fast. So from 10 to 0, you come easily, but from 25 to 0, it takes long. Okay, so the conclusion says 10 se 0 tak jaldi aa gaya, but that's wrong. Comparison is not fair. So the comparison should be done from the same population, same population. Okay, so we should identify the most suitable performance matrices for a fair comparison. The comparison should be fair for all the algorithms. Okay. And the fifth open problem is particularly when you want to solve large scale problems. Okay, how to scale up your algorithms so that they can work well for which are working for small scale problems, so that they can solve large sized real world problems. Large sized real world problems. How to scale them up? Because solving large size problems is also a challenge. So now I would like to just wind up my talk today. These were my students who worked on genetic algorithms, initially starting from 2000 onwards, 1998 onwards rather. Okay, these are some of my students. And then particle swarm, I got interested in particle swarm. Dr. J.C. Bansal is another speaker. Currently, he is in South Asian University. He is one of the speakers. Then the other students who worked on different areas, the gravitational search, artificial bee, and all these algorithms. All of them are very well placed, and I'm proud to have a very large, about 20 PhD students, and their students. So I am grand supervisor and great grand supervisor, So I'm really happy to mention this. My strength lies in my current and my past research scholars. These are my current students. All of them are working in different areas, but the main idea is nature-inspired optimization techniques. Okay. So coming to the books now, I'm actually, I've already written a book on a textbook rather on nature-inspired optimization technique. It is in press. I gave it in 2020. Then all of a sudden this lockdown happened, and now it's called stuck up. So I'm after these people. Okay. The second book, which is with my second speaker, Xin-Shi Yang, Professor Xin-Shi Yang. He's one of our speakers. Tomorrow he'll be taking the sessions tomorrow, and I'm very happy to have him on board for this session. He will be telling you the ins and outs of this nature-inspired optimization technique. You can download his book also. It's available on the net, and you will be very happy, very pleased with his presentations. Okay. These are some of the journals you can look at. Of course, the sciencedirect.com does the trick these days. And of course, the conferences are also there. These are finally some of the announcements that I wanted to make, particularly the Soft Computing Research Society, which is one of the organizers. Also, we run a journal called the International Journal of Swarm Intelligence. And as I mentioned, the soft computing for problem solving, we're going to hold it at IIT Roorkee in August 23. And also, we are the series editor of this edited book, series editor of Algorithms for Intelligent Systems. So if somebody wants to publish a book, you can publish it in this series. So thank you everybody for this patient hearing. Anybody, any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Please,
That-
please. Yeah.
In literature, different researchers have different, definition while they are explaining heuristic and meta heuristic. I want to know that what is the specific difference, that how we, differentiate between heuristic and meta heuristic.
Yeah. You are right. Actually, people are using different terminologies. See, the idea of heuristics is some algorithm which is learning from its past experience. Okay, that is what is called as heuristics. And meta heuristics is a sort of a combination of a number of heuristics. That is what is called as meta heuristics. Let me give you an example. For example, you are designing, let's say, a PSO. Okay, you are using a PSO to solve a problem, and all the PSO parameters you want to determine with, let's say, genetic algorithms. Okay, that is what is called as meta heuristics. Is that okay? Are you okay with my answer?
Ma'am, can you give another example, please?
Another example.
Ma'am, can you please repeat your definition of meta heuristics? I could hear the heuristic one, but could not hear the meta heuristics.
Yeah, meta heuristics is actually applying another heuristic in another heuristic, kind of a thing. Like it's a hybrid kind of a heuristics. That's what I understand based on my experience. In the sense that, let's suppose you, the example that I gave, let me repeat it. Suppose you want to fine tune the parameters of PSO. Okay, and you use ABC, you use artificial P-colony to determine the parameters of PSO. Then it is meta heuristics. Okay, so it's a sort of a one inside the other kind of a thing. And actually, there is no set definition. Okay, there is no set definition. It is just, as I said, heuristics is just learning from experience. But when you are trying to combine more than one heuristics to achieve an objective, then it's called as meta heuristics. Yeah, so somebody has written a message. So it is not possible to compare different algorithms. No. You are wrong here. It is definitely possible to compare different algorithms. It is possible to compare different algorithms. And that is what you will see. In most of the research papers, you will see whenever people are solving a problem, they are using different algorithms, but they are using the same population. They should use this. I would say they should use the same population to analyze their problem and then see which one is giving you the best. Okay, but the comparison should be fair. That is what I'm trying to say. The comparison should be fair. Yeah, please. Any more questions, please? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have one question related to the problem number 2. Can you please explain it again?
Sure. Where is it? Problem number 2.
Open problem 2.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah. Fine-tuning the parameters of a given algorithm to achieve its best performance for a given set of problems. Now, what do you mean by given set of problems? See, as I told you, all the optimization problems are having different kinds of complexities. Okay. Some problem is NP hard. Okay. Some problem is, let's say, quadratic in nature. Okay. Some problem is convex. Some problem is having multiple minimas. Some is having unimodal. Some is having a shallow search space. Okay. Every problem is having different kind of complexity in it. Okay. So this research problem tells us that for a given set of problems of a given set of complexities, can we propose fine-tuned parameters? In the sense, let me give you the example of NP-hard problems. Can I say that for all NP-hard problems, these are the fine-tuned parameters which I propose? Can I say that?
No, ma'am.
So that is what is the open problem. That is what is the open problem. Can I make a statement that this is the fine-tuned parameters for a given algorithm so that it can achieve its best performance? Of course, performance will be there. Will it be best or not? That's also questionable.
Okay, finding the generalized parameters that work
For a given set of problems. Yeah, generalized parameters for a given set of problems. See, you cannot do it because of the no-frills theorem. See, for the no-frills theorem, you cannot say that is going to solve all optimization problems of different complexities.
Okay.
So you have to first identify the class of optimization problems, and then accordingly give its fine-tuned parameters.
Okay.
Okay.
Like meta heuristics are further divided in swarm intelligence, bio-inspired, and physical. So that are the classes, and according to that classes.
No. Classes are the problems, given set of problems.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the problems that I showed in the beginning. You remember what is it? Where is it? Let me just go back. I had told you now about the various kinds of problems. That is
that benchmark functions.
Let me go back here. Different kinds of problems. See. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
This one. Okay. So can I say, for example, number of optima, whether it's unimodal or multimodal? So can I say that for any unimodal problem, these should be the parameters for PSO? Can I say this? That is a research problem.
Okay, now I get it.
For a particular
Similarly,
problem,
yeah. For a particular class of problems, can we recommend certain set of parameters that no matter which problem it is, it falls in this category, and I can say here are the parameters you should apply, you should use these parameters and you will get the best results. Can I say that?
No, man, not sure.
Not sure. Yeah. So that is what is the open problem. That's what is the open problems.
Okay.
Like the presence of constraints. You see, constraints सबसे ज़्यादा तंग करती हैं. Okay. So suppose you have equality constraints, then you have had it. Equality constraints को solve करना सबसे मुश्किल है. Right? And when you have equality constraints, okay, the problem complexity increases to a great extent. Can I recommend these are the parameters of PSO? that no matter which equality constant problem you have, you use these parameters and you are definite to get the results. That's the question. That's the open problem.
Thank you, ma'am. I get it.
So I hope I've tried to motivate you all to work in this area. You know,
Yes, ma'am, indeed.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. Actually, it's not just designing an algorithm. It is actually trying to implement these algorithms in various real life applications also. There are two aspects to the research. Okay, one is design a new algorithm. Other is apply it to various real life problems. In fact, that's the fifth open problem that I mentioned. This one. Real world problems, real world applications. We want to solve them efficiently. Okay, so any more questions, please? We have a we were supposed to do some hands-on. We are not left with any time, so let me just quickly come up with this small just a minute, small exercise for you. Just give me a minute. So what actually the basis of these nature inspired techniques is actually random numbers. Okay, some more questions are there. How many of these algorithms have mathematical proofs of why these methods are converging to the situation? Unfortunately, none of them. That's what I mentioned. We need, this is an open problem. We need a mathematical proof. You see, unfortunately, none of the algorithms have a mathematical proof. Okay, so that's a question asked by Tarun Kumar. Okay, but they are working. That is the beauty. They are working. You look at the literature, you will get, you will see it's bombarded. You know, bombarded really. Okay, so what I want to do, what I want you to do is actually to just let me just share my screen again. Look at that share button. Here it is. Yeah. So look at this. Can you see my PPT? Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, about the
Yes,
random
ma'am.
numbers. Okay, so a quick brief about the random numbers, because you see random numbers, they play a very important role. Okay, so what I want you to do is here you can see that this is what is the difference? Which one of them is random? Can you tell me, first one or second one?
Ma'am, your screen is not visible to me.
It's not visible.
And the first one is random. ma'am.
First one is random, second one
First
is
one is
Fibonacci
random.
series.
My screen is not visible to everybody.
Ma'am, I'm not
Visible,
able to
ma'am?
see.
Let me
Visible.
stop.
Take minute.
Let me stop share and share again. Share. Now can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So my question is, which one of them is random? First or second?
First one.
First one is random, second one is Fibonacci
Fibonacci
series.
series, ma'am.
First one is random and second one is
Fibonacci series.
Fibonacci series. So it is not random, right? So how do you define random numbers?
Every number has an equal chance of arrival.
Yeah. So actually random numbers are those numbers in which you cannot find a pattern. That is xk plus 1 is not dependent upon xk. Right? Xk plus 1 should not be dependent upon xk.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. That's what is the meaning of random numbers, right?
Predecessor and successor.
Yeah, there is no recursive relationship. That's what is the meaning of random. Okay. So here, this one is random, this one is not. Now the question is how to generate a random number. Okay. Therefore, there are many ways of doing it. Okay. Using the computers, we generate random numbers which are actually called pseudo-random numbers. Why are they called pseudo-random numbers? Any idea?
They are not actual random numbers.
Why? Why they are not actual random numbers? Why is that so?
Computers works based on algorithms.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Because computers will also work on some algorithm. So actually they are not random. They appear to be random, but they are not random. That's why they're called pseudo-random numbers. But we want random numbers. So what to do? Any suggestions? What to do? Anybody, any suggestions?
There are true random number generators also available.
How to write a code for true random number? Again, you are writing a code, so the outcome will be known. Yeah, so that's the interesting part. Actually, yeah. So look at this link. Now, what I'm doing is I'm going to spin this. Can you see it? Can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So I'm spinning this wheel. Every time it is stopping at a different place. So aeroplane, heart,
Ma'am,
heart
I
again.
cannot see any wheel.
You cannot see? Everybody?
Not visible.
Okay,
Not
sorry.
visible, ma'am.
Not visible. Just share my screen again. Now tell me, can you see? Can you see my?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So here is a circle. Okay, I'm going to spin it. Okay, and every time it is supposed to stop at different places. Okay. Sometimes it will stop at the same place. Right? This is random. This is purely random. This is purely random because the effect of the kth run is not dependent upon the k minus 1th run. This is what is called purely random. Okay. So now coming back to my PPT that I was sharing with you just now. There are many algorithms that are available which are random number generators. The most common one is the linear congruential model. Okay, linear congruential generator. This is based on A congruent to B mod M. You remember in our linear algebra, what is A congruent to B mod M? A congruent to B mod M is M divides A minus B. Okay. And based on this linear congruency, I can write a simple code. Xn plus 1 is equal to A times Xn plus C mod M. Do you recollect this linear algebra formula? A congruent to B mod M means that M divides A minus B. So therefore, here M is called the modulus, A is called the multiplier, and C is called the increment. Okay. So using this simple algorithm, I can generate a sequence of random numbers, provided my A and M are far enough. Okay. And depending upon whether the C is 0 or not, I can get a multiplicative or a mixed congruential generator. Okay. These are the linear modern algebra stuff. Okay. Now, these are the simple examples. I'll share this PPT with you, not to worry. My question is, here what you see, in this case, suppose I had chosen the seed as 1, because what is happening here, this is a recursive formula, na? So xn plus 1 is dependent upon xn. Suppose this xn is called the seed. So suppose I take the seed as 1, then I will get the sequence 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. And again, it will start repeating 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1. And like this. So it will keep on repeating if I take the seed as 1 with these parameters. Similarly, if I take the seed as 3, then I will get this sequence 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, like this. This is called the cycle. So here the cycle is 6, here the cycle is 2. Okay. Now, which one of them is a good random number generator? Yes, please. Which one should be a good random number generator?
First case.
First is better because it's having a larger cycle. So therefore, we should look at that random number generator which will be giving me a larger cycle, as large as possible. Okay. Therefore, for example, here, if you take seed is equal to 0, then this is the cycle. Okay. So length of cycle is 9. And the beauty is that no matter which seed you choose between 1 and 8, always the length will be 9. That's the beauty about this conventional model. So the answer just now I mentioned, cycle should be as large as possible. And the next question is how to choose a seed. How to choose a seed? And the answer to this lies in the fact you should randomize the seed as well. How to randomize the seed? Any guesses? How to randomize the seed? What is seed, by the way? Are you clear? What is seed? Seed over here is this xn, x0. Seed is x0. From x0 you will get x1. From x1 you will get x2. This is a recursive formula, na? This is a recursive formula. So x0 is the seed. My question is, every time you choose the same x0, you will keep on getting the same sequence. So it's not random. So in order to make sure that it is random, what you have to do is you have to choose a seed which is randomized. So my question is how to choose that random seed.
Ma'am, we can give computer time as seed. It will change every second, and I guess it will be a good.
Correct. Yes, Pinky, you are right. Actually, what will happen is that every time you randomize the seed, every time you will get a different sequence of random numbers. Because if you choose the seed as the clock speed of the computer, every time the clock speed will be different. Okay. Every time you run it, you will get different answers. So that is the way how you can generate a purely random sequence on the computer. Most of the programming languages, they give you this. So this is a Python code. Well, you can do it in MATLAB also. So it's a Python code. Seed is equal to A star seed plus C ampersand modulus. This will give you the seed. Okay. This is using that code, I got these random numbers. Okay. Purely random numbers. again, using the same problem that we did, what I want you to do is I want you to generate a population. Same slide I'm showing you. I want you to generate a population. This is the same calculation I showed you. So my exercise to you is, these are the ones that I generated using Excel. Okay, I did it using Excel. I want you to do it manually, using MATLAB. So please use MATLAB to generate 10 random numbers, okay, x1, x2, and evaluate their function. So this is the exercise for you. Okay, and every time you run the program, you should get different answers. So that's the exercise. Generate a population of 10 randomly generated feasible solutions, and arrange them in the increasing order of their objective function value. Okay, so this is an exercise for you. We are only left with 10 more minutes. Maybe you can do it later on, and tomorrow I'd like to ask you to share your screen and tell me whether you've done this exercise or not. Okay, anybody, any questions? So you can use MATLAB. MATLAB command is there. Okay, rand. Generate 10 randomly generated feasible solutions, x1, x2, and evaluate the objective function, and then sort them with the function. Okay. So can you do that, please? And tomorrow I will ask you if you have done this exercise. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Anybody, any questions, you can ask, and then we can call it a day today.
Ma'am, you will share the PPT.
Yeah, of course, I will share the PPT. Tell me how to do it. Anurag, कैसे PPT share कर सकते हैं? Anurag, are you there? Let me speak to Anurag. No worries. All of you, they are there on the WhatsApp group?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll put it in the WhatsApp.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll put it in the WhatsApp, no worries.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay then, thank you so much, everybody. See you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow
Thank you,
evening,
ma'am.
rather.
Thank you,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
can you share the recording?
रिकॉर्डिंग कैसे शेयर होगी, ये मुझे उसको पूछना पड़ेगा, अनुराग को पूछना पड़ेगा. Tomorrow I'll ask him, and I think he's not here right now. I'll speak to him and I'll tell you tomorrow. No worries, that can be done. Sure. I hope you have enjoyed today's lecture. Anybody,
ma'am.
any
Very
comments?
much.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you? What is your feedback? Are you happy with it or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Very
Yes,
happy.
ma'am.
We are very
Yes, ma'am. It
Good.
was very interesting session, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
but there's a request because I don't have MATLAB on my laptop.
You have to download MATLAB, you see, because tomorrow Professor Sinchi Yang will be flooding you with lots of MATLAB.
Actually, ma'am, in old laptop, there was a MATLAB in my laptop, but I just bought new laptop, so I don't have right now.
You have to download it, beta, because otherwise, how will you learn? Because there are so many things that he's going to give you.
Okay.
So, in fact, tomorrow only he will be flooding you with lots of stuff on MATLAB.
Okay.
Sinchi Yang, है ना? So you will find it is absolutely necessary to have MATLAB. Somehow you download it in the morning tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And anybody of your friends who is interested, also they want to join this course, you can just ask them to join the course, because although we are already full with the seats, but definitely we can allow, because the idea is I want to share my knowledge to the maximum audience that I can, and it is my pleasure. Okay, so if anybody is interested, you can ask them to register. any of your friend. Okay, then. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye.
Ma'am.